All right, so from the pre-market movers, from what we were watching yesterday, nothing too crazy. Success, similar levels. TSM, similar levels. SPY came all the way down into the zone, bounce. Now we're here, so level to watch. We still have a long time till the open, but for now, level to watch is 671.77. One name that did move a bit overnight was IBM. I think we had one over this name briefly, either over the weekend or yesterday. But basically took out all-time highs. It's another semi moving here. One thing I do think is interesting on the semis is AMD, for example, on the 192 left this wick, right? So one thing we got to be careful with if short. You have AMD long still, or did you end up taking them off?
No, I close it.
Okay, so
I
one potential
it
thing.
touched my. I put the break even. I put the stop loss at break even after it started to move. I closed some at I don't know couple percentage, and then he retraced, and I closed the break even. The rest.
Okay. So we're still below that buys above trigger from yesterday, right? But if they were to get above that trigger and actually stay above, they can potentially try to go target that wick, right? So that's one thing to be careful. If short, that's comment for myself since I am short. TSM, I'll probably consider shorting more today, but like I said, I'm only gonna do that if we're below this level on maybe a breach of this level or something. Simply because if we do get the breakout, they're headed to 227, and then TSM is literally into those highs, so it's either rejection into those highs, lose these lows, drive lower, or I'm probably gonna go ahead and exit the size I have on that and not add to it. And then other than that, IBM. This one looks interesting. I really like IBM. I might even completely forget about TSM and entirely switch over to IBM, simply because the IVs are a little lower on IBM, and I've had really good success in the past with IBM. This drop paid very well. Here I took a little bit of the buys early on, but I got rid of them pretty, you know, uh, down here. Didn't hold them that long. Here, shorting into this zone was, I didn't expect this. I expected, maybe up to here, like 295 ish. But yeah, it's a huge move. So if I can take advantage of this move, I might. One, this is now higher than TSM, right? So TSM was trading around 306. Yesterday when I tried shorting, it was around 305. As far as IBM goes, I can short this maybe a little higher, depending what we get today. So this is a 45-minute candle. If we do go fill that wick to those highs, the rest of the names will probably also fill their wicks to the upside. But I would love to take a short closer to 315 on IBM. Even here, it's decent because realistically, we're right at 305. TSM is right around 305 as well. But like I said, this one's a really good name. Lower IV. Let me check. Matter of fact, what's IV currently at an IBM? I haven't traded it in a couple weeks. 39%. Not great. But it is a bit lower than TSM. TSM is 51%. So like I said, not a huge difference, but you are saving a bit of money on the premiums just on IV. You do. Yesterday we kind of went over how to price the options and understanding the price of an option, but I'm sure you're familiar with the IV, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then you know how to calculate the IV as well, correct?
How to calculate it? No, I know what it means, and the impact on the price, but I don't know how to calculate it, and I don't understand how to. What does it mean? The comparison with historical IV, or I saw another term with RV, which I don't know what's. what it is.
So, let's see, how can we do this? Let's go by market cap. Does it show? Yes, current IV. That's fine, whatever. So this is a list of the top mega caps, right? So 4.5 trillion, your top megas, right? These are your current IVs. Is this big enough to see? Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so NVIDIA, you have 38.1 on the IV, Microsoft 27.5, Apple 26.3, etc., and so on. SPY is not on here, but SPY has much lower IV, right? So 12.7%. What does that translate to? Let's go ahead and compare that. So, keep this number in mind or write it down. 12.7, right? So that's your SPY IV. If you go compare it to something like Tesla, you have 61.9 IV. So, let's go ahead and do it here just to show you. You have 61.9 divided by what was it, 12.7?
Yeah.
So that is 4.87 times more expensive to trade Tesla as opposed to SPY. Now let me show that to you on the option chain. Let's go out to Friday. Friday expirations. If you want to buy at the money 670 or 671, look at the price of this. 223, 258. Let's use the 671 for this example. Where can I write this down? Whoops. Okay, 671 SPY put at I'll use the bid 255. Whoops. Let's go compare that to at the monies for Tesla for the 10th. Same expiration, same everything at the money, 452.5. That is 1185. 452.5 Tesla put at 11.85. And then let's bring up the calculator. So remember it was 4.87. I'll write that down. 4.87 for the IV difference. You get these values, 1185 divided by 255. Whoops, I did not do it. Not perfect, but you're paying a 4.65 difference just solely off of IV. Has nothing to do with Greeks, has nothing to do with anything. The sole factor is that this has a higher IV and you're willing to pay it. So as any logical businessman, regardless if it's an option, regardless if it's a future, regardless of anything, any logical businessman, it's not feasible to pay this premium. If you're paying a premium, it better be for a good reason. So that's why I try to refrain from taking names like Tesla. Even semis, like I said, I'll do it here and there, or where there's a big, chunk of change to be made, because you'll get your premiums back. Like in these ranges, I know there's a lot of money to be made, which is why I'm willing to spend some money here into these ranges. But realistically, you don't want to be spending those huge premiums. You're better off taking the cheaper. Not that it's cheaper, like in low quality. It's just better quality for your cost. If I'm being honest, trading something like SPY. So anytime I trade, that's why I always like to look at IV. Again, that huge cost difference is just because of IV. And realistically, you can make less money on Tesla than you can on SPY. I get it, Tesla moves a lot more than SPY does. But realistically, there's only $450 of intrinsic value to be made here when you have 670 on SPY. So any way you look at it as a deal, it's not really the best deal. And that's just one thing you want to do, or one way you want to think when you're looking at taking options.
Okay, yeah. And how did you find IBM? I mean, you do the same market scan
So I
also
already
during the
have
week?
my preset list for the
Oh,
most
okay.
part. So
Okay.
this was
Okay.
my preset watch list for the week, and then I have the
Yeah, it's
preset
the one that you created
options.
yesterday. Okay.
Yes. But for the most part, if it's not on this list, I'm probably not gonna touch it just because this is a pretty,
Uh,
broad list, and it's
okay.
gonna give me something to trade. Today, I just came to extended hours. I saw IBM was up like 5% this morning, and I went on the chart and I saw, oh, nice, we got the breakout. It was trading up here. So let's see what we get closer to the open. As of right now, they're breaking down below that level we discussed at 305 and coming down. What's TSM doing? TSM still at the highs. One thing I don't like myself is Apple did have a pullback, but SPY is back at the highs. So let's show that here. So Apple, as I've been mentioning, I want to see that buy side has not came yet. Let's clear this up. I've been wanting to watch that buy side. Has not came yet. Might not come. But from here, so this is where we currently are, right? Bit of a flag on SPY. We have this liquidity down here. So realistically, if I had to guess, we're headed lower. Whether it comes straight down or first from here, they want to sweep a bit of liquidity before heading lower. We'll see. I think they might just go straight down. The reason I think they might just go straight down is simply because Apple is already coming down into its lower targets. Ideally, I would want to see a break straight down. Like I said, we still have that untested buy side liquidity. It's a little lower. It's probably around here. Untested buy side liquidity at 260.10. So if they do bounce off of anywhere into these lows, more likely than not, they're gonna feel that buy side liquidity before actually coming down. We'll see what we get. But again, it's just a little annoying trying to trade this action simply because if SPY was up, Apple was up, that's fine. But when you have Apple down,
Yeah.
SPY up,
Mhm.
Microsoft down, Microsoft up, Apple, these divergences just make it a little trickier to trade when you have everything trading in sync, and when you have everything trading in sync, it just makes things easier.
Yeah.
Let's see. You don't have any risk open overnight, I'm assuming, correct?
No, not to, I mean, yeah, not from weekly.
Okay. See, small bounce on IBM. If they get back above that 305 range, they might try to push towards 315. Let's see what's going on this side. One that looks interesting here pre-market is probably won't trade it, but it's gonna be Tesla. So one. Tesla had this entire move off these highs, right? This is where we had previously broken out of. This is the area we're currently testing. So the problem here is, doesn't have to be a problem. It could be a good thing. One, they have, let's zoom in a bit more. One, they have this buy side liquidity, sorry, sell side liquidity they left down to these lows. So that's already one bad sign for bulls. So if you're trying to get long or you want to see this bounce, ideally you want to see it sweep this,
Yeah.
get the bounce off back to these highs, and you have a really nice buy setup. If they manage to get the bounce off here, or maybe even slightly lower, you have some liquidity here. That's a little too low for my taste. I would want to see it bounce higher, but realistically they could come down a bit, form some type of right shoulder if they really wanted to. So you would have a shoulder here, and then you can potentially get this leg up here. Again, that's not really what I want to see, because that would mean the market can rally for another week or two. I want to see the markets turn here. So that's the bullish setup, which can happen if you're looking for it. You know, that's potentially where you want to try a bounce. So again, I'm not taking it, but let's say I did want to take it. You could have a small buy here. You could have, if you're doing it with options, again, premiums are super expensive. I would not do it, but let's pretend, just for, you know, the sake of teaching you how to do these things. You could do one of two things: either have a dollar based stop, meaning, hey, these contracts are $1,000. I
Yeah.
don't want to risk more than $100 per contract, or 50, or whatever you decide. So dollar based risk or percent. Or you could have conditional based stops, meaning if Tesla falls more than $1.50, or exit at 448. So those are
Yeah.
three different ways to go about it. Again, I would not do it just because how expensive Tesla is, but that's
Yeah, and
realistically how you would
and
manage it.
fluctuates,
And
and it.
then
I mean, I put this type of stop, yeah, with $1 or something, but especially with high value, high IV, I find this, the fluctuation in the price, especially for weeklies, that it's, it can go with 20-25% up or down in minutes,
even seconds
and touch the stop
sometimes.
loss, and then, yeah.
Yeah,
And
and then the
then,
thing is,
go.
you know, with the spread, sometimes you might not even get filled at your limit prices. You might get slipped
Yeah,
a few dollars. So yeah, definitely want to
yeah,
be careful with that. But yeah, that's one thing that's kind of sucks about stops with options. You could literally get wicked out, and the next, you
yeah,
know, few minutes it goes in profit or something.
yeah.
But yeah, those are the areas I'd consider potentially trying longs if you're interested in that. This wick is
Now
interesting. Uh-huh.
I have a short on Tesla
From when did you
for.
put that on?
Uh, I put it when it was 420, so I'm losing on that position. But I add it.
Like here or like from before?
No, from before.
Okay.
So I didn't close it when it was the big move up.
You
It
just
was
put that trade on by yourself, I'm assuming, or
yeah. No, I put it by myself. I didn't use Tesla. I use TSLL. So it's a
okay.
put on. This is more like a lotto for end of the year in case something breaks.
Okay,
And I
okay.
add it when I add it in 450. When it was 450, I add it small on it. But I'm okay with it losing everything on this. I think Tesla, I don't understand it. So basically, yeah, it's a lot. I think if the market goes down, Tesla will go down much more than the market. That's why I put it. But I expect it to be
Did we? So
zero by
the
the
thing
end.
is, we didn't sweep. I wanted to see this swept, right? 483.99,
Yeah,
which we missed by pennies.
yeah,
But it's fine. When things like this happen so close to all-time highs, it just me as a trader, you know, these are some of my dilemmas. It gives me a conflicting scenario because I do not care. I like to see my wicks filled. Like on Apple, for example, I have not touched it simply because it has not given me that buy side liquidity, I've discussed with you guys. At times I miss trades because of it. I feel like I'd rather be disciplined than, if I
Yeah.
didn't follow that, I'd be getting in a lot of bad trades. But point here is I'm telling you, the buy side liquidity is up to here at 483.99. So logically speaking, it means we're gonna bounce, fill that before rolling over.
Okay.
But since we're so close to all-time highs, I'm just not sure if that's really, a scenario we get.
Reasonable.
Yeah, reasonable, or if we're just gonna come down. I think Apple's gonna be my main indicator, especially with these wicks. I'm pretty sure you can see them, but these are very sizable wicks. That these are gonna act as magnets. So you have one
Why
here.
do you correlate Apple with the SPY, yeah, and not all the others, yeah, Microsoft and
What do you
Nvidia?
mean?
You said that Apple is your indicator
Mm-hmm.
about
Versus
what the
so you're asking instead of Microsoft and everything else.
yeah, yeah, yes,
So
or a general.
Microsoft and so there are rotations in the market. And right now the main rotation is into Apple. So you just kind of gotta see what's currently hot. I
How
guess
do
you
you
could say.
see? Yeah,
How
how
can
do
you
you see
see?
this rotation? Yes, I
Just on the
mean,
chart. So let me show you Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft and Apple, the rotations have been clear as day, and I've been trading them pretty successfully. So let me show you what I'm talking about. It's happened, I want to say about twice or maybe three times in the last couple of years, to the point where it's like huge. So here, for example, um, this was August 2024, not too long ago, right? Do you
yeah,
see how Microsoft is trading? If I draw, will everything come back? Yeah, well, it's fine. Do you see how Microsoft is trading down here into the lows while Apple was, well, this was a little earlier, but you have this divergence here. While Microsoft was already coming down, you had Tesla, sorry, not Tesla, you had Apple coming up. And then it happens here once more. After they bottom out, so Apple bottoms out a little higher than Microsoft does, but after that, you have a bit of a chop. Microsoft, look at where Apple got. And then you have the opposite happen. The correction from here starts on Apple. Yes, you also had a pullback on um, Microsoft, but it was much steeper on Apple. Look at this, from all the way from these highs all the way to the same lows that Microsoft fell from. And then from that point on, when you have the recovery, who recovered first? What did Apple do? Apple stayed here for the longest time while you had Microsoft way up here. And then what happened from there? You got the rotations back out. Literally from this high was this low on Apple, and you immediately got bids into Apple and out of Microsoft. Right now, Microsoft is starting to catch a few bids again, but you're always going to have rotations from small caps to mega caps within the mega caps. And if you're able to identify these rotations in and out of names ahead of time or as it's happening, you're going to be able to make some really good money. As for Microsoft, I don't know if you remember somewhat of the discussion we had yesterday. I wanted to see a reversal into this zone. Um,
yeah, yeah.
we're slightly higher. It's not a big deal. This is still a valid reversal spot here. So this is the 1618. You reverse it, you have this entire zone of resistance here, right? So as long as they respect these highs today and revert lower, I would assume we're headed lower. So this is a pretty clean setup on the 45 minute. You have this level here. This would be your break. And then you have this entire range to work with on the downside for daily sales. And then depending what happens into these lows, kind of determines your fate going into the next couple weeks. But again, you have this overhead resistance, just a matter of fact of which way we trigger. Apple looks cleaner at these highs for some sales. Just like I said, I would much rather see that 260 first. Maybe it doesn't happen. We'll see. But yeah, I think into the end of the week we should have a clear decision. Maybe even today we might get our answers. Uh, but as of now, I think I'm gonna hold on to the sells at least if I can. Success, for example, we're opening right around yesterday's levels, so
Yeah.
within this range, I don't plan on doing much. I want to see which way we go. Do we break out to the upside, or are they actually gonna head for lower prices?
Okay.
If they do
Okay.
start heading under 4, I'm definitely gonna just take this one off.
Okay. Makes sense.
Um, yeah, we'll probably be able to buy it 20, 30 cents lower into like 380, 370 if that happens. So I'll just buy back then. And I'm not saying I'm gonna exit it. I like it. I just, if that
Yeah. 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 No, it's about risk management. Yeah. I mean, this is something that I really need to do instead of holding and hoping that it will go. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, realistically speaking, you can always buy it back. It's not like it's not like, oh well, if you sell it, you're done and you can never buy it back again. No, you could buy it
Yeah.
back. You could buy half. You could buy double. You could buy whatever you like at any time. Realistically, as long as your broker allows it, you have cash, etc. But um, I get it. It's the have you? Let me see. Yeah, if I could find that picture real quick. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. Long story short, it's basically for a few reasons. One reason is, damn, I wish I could find that picture. All right, I'm gonna have to find that picture for you later and send it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not gonna be able to find it. Essentially, there's a few reasons why a trader one does not want to let go of trades. One, it's fear of losing, or the fear of the trade bouncing, and I could have made more money. Or when you do sell, it's like, oh, I could have. Just point is, there's a lot of different fears, but they're not true fears. Because realistically, if you think things through, even when you make a lot of money, let's say the trade hit 100%, 200, 300%, anything, you're happy with your gains, made a couple $1,000s, whatever the case may be. And then the trade ends up going 10x, 20x, 30x, and you kind of kick yourself in the back, like, oh, I could have made this much more money. All these things are fears of, it's FOMO in the sense of wanting more, or it's fear in the sense of not wanting to lose. So you hope that the trade will go green. So it's fear in different senses, but at the end of the day, it goes back to the same thing, fear. So realistically, you got to try to get rid of that. The only way you can really do that is by preparing to the best of your abilities. So before the day opens, if you realistically tell yourself, hey, I'm risking X amount of money, the range is X amount of dollars. If I can capture even 30% of the daily range, I can make X amount of dollars or X amount of percent. So when you quantify things and you give them, you put actual reasoning and values behind it, I feel like the end product is more of a result of your work, and you're content with the result. If you say, hey, I'm getting 30%, you get your 30%, you're happy. You say, I want 100 today on this setup, I'm getting 100, you get 100, you're happy. So everything's quantified. There's no fear. No fear of wanting more, no fear of could have been less, no fear of anything. It is what it is. Everything is measured beforehand. And I think that's the best way in my opinion, to try to get rid of that fear. But realistically, we're human. We all have emotions. Once you put that money on the line, even I feel it. Like, being honest with you, it's not like, oh yeah, I don't care. Like, no, yeah, I care. So, end of the
Yeah,
day, you could just protect your money to the best of your abilities. But like I said, if everything is premeditated, pre-planned, pre-risked, everything, kind of eliminates a bit of that fear and uneasy feeling. You feel uneasy when you're uncertain. And at the end of the day, everything's still uncertain. But like I said, just with a bit more preparation, it alleviates that just a bit.
yeah, no, I totally agree. I think the preparation and having a plan and following the plan are
That's
helping
that's
with
the thing, following the plan. Because sometimes we have a really solid plan, and somewhere along the lines,
yeah,
whatever happens.
yeah,
But
yeah. But if you don't have the plan,
that's already
every emotion it's increased, yeah, with this. Yeah, that's why I want to understand, and do this type of preparation myself. I mean, being able to do some market scan and then take some of these tickers and put the buy side, the sell side, and try to have this type of values, with some confidence on myself, not just borrow from you. Yeah,
no,
this will go
definitely
done.
little by little. That's you're gonna do it on your own. Trust me.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's
Just like you said, you got to be
about.
confident in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Even me, like, I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm bad at. There's certain things I need to work on. But realistically, at the end of the day, some people are just better than others at other things. Some people are, naturally, well to speak in, large crowds. Some people are not. Some people are athletic. Some people are, everyone has different skills. So
Yeah,
whatever your specific skill you think is in trading, you should, try to focus on that. Also on your weaknesses, but take advantage of those strengths for sure.
totally.
I'm gonna go on mute for like 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back. Um, but yeah, I'll be right back right now.
Super, thank you.
Morning, I'm back. I'm not sure what's going on with J&J, but I got some J&J sales, so I do not mind it. Let me Google that. I don't see anything. No one here is on Interactive Broker, right?
I am.
You
What
are?
was your question?
Who's on Interactive Broker?
I am.
So just so you're aware, I'm pretty sure you already know this, but it's probably one of the few brokers that allows options trading on SPX, 24 hours a week. So that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
You don't trade
Yeah.
SPX too often, not a big deal, but whenever you do want to trade it, when there's decent opportunities or prices on the premiums, it's kind of nice when you can get in on those contracts pre-market, certain days. So
Yes. I use them.
okay.
I also use options trading on futures with them. Same
Yeah,
overnight thing.
they're my choice of broker at the moment as well. Schwab's great, nothing against them. I love Schwab. But yeah, iBroker is what I've been using mostly.
They also allow overnight trading for stocks.
Mm-hmm. I think they're pretty neat,
So
honestly. Yeah. Obviously you're gonna pay a bit more fees, but I think it's definitely worth it. DJ, you're good on Robinhood. To get started, learn the basics. Robinhood is more than enough down the line once you start putting more money into your accounts and whatnot. If you do want to hop over to Interactive Broker or Schwab, not a bad idea.
Okay.
And then you don't have to. The free commissions on Robinhood and Webull, stuff like that. That's always going to be a perk. Certain trades I still prefer to execute on those brokers just because of the free options commissions. So if a trade is really cheap, like $1 or two, the the commissions will really eat you up on certain brokers. So uh not a big deal. But like I said, for now you're good. Just down the line, if you do want a better, more advanced broker, you should definitely check them out.
Okay, for sure.
Yep. Would you be looking to take anything today, DJ? Or are you cooling with that success you put on? You just want to leave that as an investment? You looking for day trades, or you kind of just here learning, or what's up?
Here learning, but if there's an affordable day trade that I could possibly get on, I'd probably bite, but I'm not gonna force anything.
Give me a number so I could look out for you. Roughly around 100 a contract, cool, or how much you willing to
Yeah,
spend? Yeah. All right.
yeah,
Say
about 100.
less. If I see something decent today, I'll let you know.
Okay, I'll be ready just in case.
We just went zone to zone on GJ. Sorry, J and J. GJ is also coming down a little bit. I'll cover that right now. Yeah, small pullback here on J and J. So let's cover this real quick. We got SPX 500 top left. Swept the highs. We're currently trading within the range. We have this entire bottom range yet to be retested. We already retested top range, so realistically, the next area that needs to be tested are these lows. Let's see if they test them. Then if they do test them, what happens on that test? Do they manage to hold this and potentially bounce back to highs? Or is this the start of a potential new leg down to maybe previous weekly lows? This range looks massive, but this is previous weekly lows. This is just a weekly range. It's not that insane. So
And
that's uh
and if it didn't hold those levels, that would be the beginning of a structure shift, right?
so there's different structures. For example, this is your 3 hour structure. This specifically here is a 3 hour structure, and this is a three
Okay.
hour low, which also happens to be your daily low. So
Mm.
your structures usually tend to align. And right here you have your 3 hourly lows aligning with your daily low from yesterday. So the trade would be short this to that structure base, right? And at that point is where you have your quote unquote next test. That test would be, is it going to bounce back towards highs or give us a continuation lower? In my opinion, it's going to be continuation lower, but that doesn't mean we can't have a small bounce before that continuation. So that's why you want to take it one level at a time and see how things play
Yeah.
out. But yes, you would have a 3-hour structure here, and then you have a daily structure here. So here you have a 3-hour structure shift. Below here would be your daily structure shift. And then if we lose this level, which is way down here, but ideally, eventually, I think it will be lost, then this would be your weekly structure shift. So depending the time frame, the smaller the time frame, the weaker the signal. So like a 1 minute, 3 minute signal, it's going to be a little weaker. But once you have those 3-hour, switches, that's a stronger one. Then daily, even stronger. Weekly, even stronger. So let's say it does take out that weekly level, our monthly is going to be way down here. So you see the size of these moves?
Mm-hmm.
So ideally, like I said, you want to start focusing little by little on the small moves, which would be your 3-hour. So first focus on capturing that 3-hour. That's check 1. Then focus on capturing that daily, check 2. Then you want to focus on capturing the weekly, check 3. And then this, if you manage to get it, that's just like the cherry on top. Realistically, as a trader, I'm more than happy if I capture a range like this. If we get
Yeah.
something like the monthly range, which realistically can happen, because again, this is the previous monthly low. This was the start of September. We did all of this in a month. So if we did all that in a month, realistically, we can do it all in a month to the downside. Even if it takes a bit more time, that's fine. But ideally, again, these are the targets. But you take it one level at a time. So structure shift on 3-hour, daily, weekly, and then let's see what happens into monthly. But realistically,
Okay.
I'm expecting a bounce into that monthly. So let's say it does follow suit all the way into lows, somewhere into this bottom range. I do expect that bounce back to highs, and then from here, we would reassess. But like I said, this is months and months down the line. We're just gonna take it one level at a time, which would be, like I said, that 3 daily and so on. But for now, let's focus on that 3-hour up here into these highs. And if we manage to get a decent entry, we'll go from there. But this is where we're at right now. And if we break out towards those highs, it's a little cleaner on SPY, I think. So yeah, if we break above 671.77 on the day, don't be short. More likely than not, they're gonna fail this from yesterday. So these were yesterday's targets. They never failed them. I would not be surprised if they go for it today. So
I see.
let's zoom in here. Do you see how close they got?
Yeah, they was right there.
Literally, they just teased it like, it's like, and I said they might do it overnight and then we'll be chilling. They did not. They came lower, retested lows, then went up overnight. So ideally, I would want to see that buy side liquidity swept before coming down. And let's see if that happens today. But just be patient. No need to force anything. Let's say we do get buy side liquidity into those highs and then we get a market structure shift. That would be a super clean trade for you to try to take a small little lotto on. So from here, ideally into the open, follow this path, break out above these highs, and then into this zone. Once we sweep, you would want to take the structure shift. So it came out ugly. So this path here, once we get that structure shift, this would be your entry. You could take this entry here, and then ideally you have this entire range to the downside. So let's say you enter for about $1 here or less, ideally less. This is about more than $1 drop. So if you can enter for less than $1 and capture some of this move to the downside, you should ideally, hopefully, be able to get at least 1 and 1. So if you get in for like $80 and you make $80, sell for 160, not too bad of a trade. Quick low 80 hots.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
something like that is the way you would ideally want it to play out. But let's see how the day goes. We still have what, 2 hours till the open? It'll last about an hour and a half. And then GJ, we had a gap up. So it's been trading within this range for quite some time. Gapped up off of these lows over the weekend. So this was Friday close. Gapped up. Beautiful sell off these highs. I unfortunately am not trading GG at the moment. I'm solely focused on the options. So this is a clean move and can continue driving lower. Just primarily focused on options right now. Not doing too much with that forex at the moment, but this would be a super clean trade. And then on the opposing side, down here, you would have the USD CAD buys. So it has not really flinched. What do I mean by it has not flinched? It has been steady since the September lows, September 17th. It's been steady pushing higher. So August 29 made a low. This was on, I do not recall. This was had to be NFP. I believe this was NFP. We left that wick, came, filled it. We are now here. So what do I mean by it has not flinched? We had this entire movement in that same time span on GJ. We went from range high to range low to range high. USD CAD has, has literally been, this is not my chart. USD CAD has literally been at those highs for the most part that entire time. So interesting developments here for sure. I prefer GJ easily over USD CAD. So I want to see what happens here on GJ. Does it continue driving lower, or is it going to try to form some type of base? This is pretty important. I feel like currencies will always lead in every single crash as long as I've been trading, whether it's been the COVID crash, whether it's been, the one we had this year, the small pullback, the one we had in, what was it, August? Was it last year? I forget. I feel like I've been trading for a while. I started to confuse dates, but point is, every single time I've been keeping up with the markets that we've had a pullback, I notice the currencies tend to front run things and give you some clues before the things actually take place. So definitely keep an eye on the dollar. Definitely keep an eye on the yen. I think they've been giving us some clues for some time. And even though the markets, have just been continuously rallying higher and higher and higher with no signs of, potential pullback, the currencies have been definitely setting up for something pretty important, and it's pretty evident on the charts. But let's see how this plays out this week as far as forex goes.
I ask you something about the structure shift.
About what?
About the structure shift or the buy side liquidity
On anything specific or just in general?
on SPY. Yeah,
On
I mean,
SPY, okay.
I opened the chart. I wanted to ask which level, you put as how it's called.
Let me get rid of everything. As of right
buy side
now,
liquidity.
the one level I'm watching
Yeah.
for today is 671.77.
And
So
you selected this one because
it's just a level I've been tracking for a few days already, but essentially it was the breakdown of this 192. Let me show you. So essentially, the way I go about selecting levels is you have to find the last area of support. The previous area of support yesterday, was it here? I believe so. Was this low? So you see, if I come to this 192 body low, that is the value I get, 671.77. Do you see that here? And then
yeah,
at the
I
on
don't
the
understand
opposing
the
side,
principle.
if you're looking for a breakout, I'm looking for a breakdown, right? So yesterday I was looking for a breakdown below the body lows on the 3-hour. Today, if you're looking for a breakout, you would look for a move above the 3-hour body highs. So these are your 3-hour body highs, and you could put a buys trigger above here. So if SPY gets above 671.92, that does not look right. If SPY gets above 671.92, that could be your potential breakout for new highs. And you have this liquidity here, this liquidity here. I'm not saying it has to happen, but that's how I do it. I just go to the body highs. So if you're looking for a breakdown, again, yesterday, I did it based off of this level because this is all the data I had. Today, if you really wanted to, you could use this 3-hour body low. The reason I'm not using this 3-hour body low is because this up here gives me a tighter range. But realistically, the trigger today is going to be below this 3-hour. So you want to use the most recent data. Yesterday, this was all the data I had. That's the level I used. Today, you have this new fresh set of data. So you want to use all the data you can to your advantage.
Okay.
And again, for this example, I'm showing you on the 192. If you want to trade it off of a daily, you can execute off of a daily. You want to trade off of a 45, you can do it off of a 45. You can do it off of a 12. Realistically, I don't think you should aspire to do anything under 45. 45 in 3-hour is, usually more than enough. If you want to go under to the 12-minute, 3-minute, that's fine. But generally, if you're not super fast, you might get punished, take a couple losses here and there. So realistically, unless you're a super fast scalper, I would not do that. And like I said, I'm not really a fan of scalping. I'd like to do it here and there. When I first started trading, I wanted to scalp everything, but now I just kind of like to relax, be more passive, let my money work for me instead of trying to actively, be working my butt off trying to get those scalps in realistically. So far, it looks like they're gonna go for it. Again, don't know, we'll see. But if we do get that buy side liquidity sweep, which is these highs here, why does it look like this? So buy side liquidity, sweep that, look for a market structure shift, revert back lower, that would be great. That's probably the #1 trade I'm looking for today. So this chart. An Apple basing here into 255.76. Hopefully we could get a bounce from Apple here as well. That would be great. Like I said, I don't want to see SPY into buy side liquidity, and Apple has not taken out its buy side liquidity. If they both take out BSL today and then give us a market structure shift, that's pretty much going to be the green light to, go crazy on the sells. Yeah, so IBM 4.5% up pre-market. I don't know who was here earlier who might have missed it, but IBM is probably going to be a name I'm going to start focusing here over TSM. If you still want to stick with TSM as your choice of vehicle for semis, that's fine. Nvidia's already down a bit off the highs. Like I said, you want to stick with TSM, each his own, but IBM is roughly 15-20% lower on the IV. That's a bit of a discount. But yeah, I'll be watching this one today for a potential short over TSM. The general idea is just short semiconductors. So if you want to choose a different choice of vehicle, that's up to you. Just keep in mind IV. You can go long success, still viable as a trade. Still within yesterday's daily range. Nothing significant here, but still a decent buy into these lows. So again, idea in general is short semiconductors. Your choice of vehicle up to you. Long via success calls, stock, short IBM, short Nvidia, etc. SMH, your call. But plenty of ways to do it. Matter of fact, this SMH chart does not look bad. How much can I get this for? What's IV on this? Not bad. I'm glad I did this scan. I would have not taken SMH. SMH might be the best option here. So one, you get a little more intrinsic value than you would on IBM, and you're getting roughly the same IV. So IV on SMH is 38%. On IBM, I think you're also paying 39. So you're paying 1% more on IBM. But in comparison to something like AVGO is 48. AMD is closer to 60 at the moment, 68%. Nvidia is 44. The point is, everything is quite a bit higher. TSM is 51. So Nvidia is not that bad. But like I said, Nvidia is already a bit off the highs. Best case scenario, in my opinion, is going to be SMH here into these highs. And like I said, premium is not bad at all. Sorry, the IV. I might actually take this today. I might take this over IBM solely because it has more meat on the bone.
But IBM isn't at IBM, right? Because IBM, I just dreamed
You cut
IBM
off a
more
little bit,
something like
gang.
my playing field. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was covering my thing. I said, but IBM is still good. IBM's
It's still good. It's not that it's not good. You were here yesterday during the
the
live
other
stream,
ones.
yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
For the most
so
part, yes.
at the end of the day, it's not that something is better than the other. You just kind of want to take the best case scenario type of a thing. Like yesterday, like I
Mm-hmm.
said, if you were here, you saw I could have probably made a bit more money on MU or on
Yeah.
AMD, as opposed to if I, because I stuck to TSM. So point is, it could be the same case here. SMH might not pay that well. IBM might pay super fat. IBM might not pay. SMH might pay out super fat. So, I can't guarantee you anything. Just, one thing might play out over the other type of a deal. But are they both viable? Sure. I just prefer SMH here simply because one, the IV is right around the same. Like I said, SMH is 1% lower. It's not like I'm buying it because it's 1% lower. That's not it. As long as it's around the same ballpark, even if SMH was, maybe 5% higher, I'd still be willing to go with it simply because
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot more money to be made. So, IBM was what, 305? 301, but let's say it's at 305. I have about $40 more to be made. Since this is 345, I have $40 more
Mm-hmm.
to be made potentially on per share. So ideally more meat on the bone. That's the reason I'm going for it. AVGO used to be the one with the most meat on the bone when it was trading above into the 370s. So up here, I loved AVGO for shorts. I did take the shorts. Right here into these lows with the IV it currently has, I can't justify it. Doesn't make sense. At the highs it did. Here, not really. Why take AVGO here into the lows for a super expensive high premium when I can take SMH into all-time highs with more meat on the bone than AVGO for less money? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, SMH is cool. IBM is cool too. But I think I'm just go ahead and stick with SMH today. And then if we get buy side liquidity shift, that's valid too. So Ideally, this is probably what's going to play out. So let's get rid of this. Realistically, they're probably going to go buy side. And then from buy side, they'll give you your structure shift. So that would be, not that bad. And if we don't get buy side, you can still take the sells, but ideally, realistically, I think this is what's going to end up playing out today. And that's probably a trade I will take. For you specifically, I think SPY is a better option. If you want to take SMH, you can. I'm not sure. It's going to run you more than $100. I will say that.
Yeah, I think I'll
But
teeter and totter with SPY because I'm still
I'm
trying
probably
to take
running
kind of.
both, bro. I'm probably running that 0DT on SPY. And then I'm also probably running SMH. I just hope I'm not shaking my head after I take SMH, bro. So SPY above, buys above level. Whoops, buys above level here. Again, I want to see if they manage to hold, hit BSL. And Apple has not bounced at all off those lows. So hopefully it's not an annoying day. Ideally, best case scenario, I would just want to see a sweep of those levels first 30 minutes, first 15, 30 minutes, and then we could just get our clean sells for the rest of the day, make it pretty easy and stress free so we could be finished early. But we'll see. They might want to take their sweet time. Does anyone want to look at any specific stock? I'm not focusing. LOI I haven't looked at today. Let's see. LOI is just gonna burn premiums up here probably for another day. Who knows? I like LOI, but you need to take clean breaks on this one. If not, when you're chopping like this, since the premiums are so high, you're gonna get crushed.
John Powell hasn't called yet, but there's already an entry in open activities. When he does call, I'm upset my break. I'm not sure.
There we go. Tiny bids on Apple, not really. Got about an hour and a half to open. Ideally, I would love to see some bids on Apple before the open. If not, that leaves me with the dilemma we discussed, a few minutes ago. SPY's pushing towards the highs, while we had Apple pushing lower. So, not a divergence I want to see to continue. But like I said, we're finally getting some bids on Apple, and SPY is continuing its move higher. So let's see. We'll go on mute for like 3 minutes real quick. All right, I'm back, guys. Does anyone have any questions? Robert, you were here yesterday. I know you executed some trades like TSM, so I think you're kind of doing okay with call outs, executing, managing your own stuff on your own. I don't know if you're here, SDR. You can remind me your name if you can hear me. Sorry, I totally forgot. But let me know if you need help with anything. I don't know if you took anything yesterday, how you're doing. You might not be actively listening, not sure. DJ, you're all right. I'm assuming success you took yesterday, and then today you said you're ready to take maybe a potential trade on SPY, so that's cool. Rosana, good morning. I don't know if you're here.
Hola.
Morning.
Pues mira, llegué, I got here like, I don't know, you were already explaining your SPY thing, so if you could go over that, I only catch like the last part, so.
About the trade for today or what?
Like you were like, well, exactly, you were explaining like your SPY plan, but I got here and you were already started, so.
Well, pretty much ideally I would want to see a buy side liquidity sweep, which is this level here. I want to see this swept. If that gets swept, then at that point I would be looking for sells into this top range once we cross back below. So sweep back above. Once we tag and sweep that level, I would want to be looking to go short on a structure lower, shift back down. But like I said, we might not get that. So far right here on the smaller time frames, it looks okay. Decent bounces off these lows, progressing. We just need one more leg. So take out these highs here, and then we could ideally go for that buy side liquidity. Might not happen, but we'll see. So if that breakout does come here and it's coming actively, potentially, this is a 12-minute candle. So previous 12-minute moved up. We have a bit of a doji, which is indecision. This candle looks like it might want to test those highs. So let's see within the next few 12-minute candles if they manage to do it. And then if they do sweep those highs, maybe into like, I don't know, they might even do it pre-market. So I can't really say. We have an hour till the open. If that level is swept before the open, then that makes things a lot easier. We still have other potential problems like Apple. I mentioned I do not really want to short SPY until Apple has swept its buy side liquidity and we're well off that level. So, let's see what we get. But yeah, as for SPY, one, I want to see that buy side liquidity whenever it comes pre-market into the open, whenever I'll be looking to short above that level. And then if we get rejected here into this level, that's a different conversation. We have the 1618 right here. If they fail here at this level, they can start this. So those are the two potential scenarios: pull back off the 1618 or go for that buy side liquidity. If we start reversing off this level and Apple continues its path down, more likely than not, we're not going to get buy side liquidity. They're just going to, go straight down. But we'll see what happens. For now, buy side liquidity is still valid. What does that mean? No shorts for now into the open until that's taken out. But like I said, we still have plenty of time. They might even sweep it pre-market.
Yeah, I can hear you.
all I'm basically looking at right here is that we have a bit of a divergence on the Qs versus SPY. So that buy side liquidity does not exist on the Qs. What I mean by it does not exist. So the buy side, let's bring SPY back up. This buy side that we're waiting for to be swept on. Did I do that right? Whoops, no. That buy side that we're waiting to be swept on SPY, that was literally, missed by pennies here. May not even happen solely because if you look at Qs, high on Qs on Friday was down here, never up here. Meaning this might have been a potential spoof trade. Not spoof because, we did trade there, but doesn't have to be swept. This might have been enough to fulfill that. And then Qs came up here. We're now trading currently here. So let's see. But I'm not going to be stubborn. I was just talking to Robert earlier that, sometimes I won't take a trade and I'll miss a trade simply because of that I'm waiting for a buy side liquidity sweep or something. So today specifically, if we get a structure shift to the downside without the buy side liquidity sweep, maybe I'll just take it. Qs look really clean. I usually don't trade Qs. I usually just trade SPY, SPX, and then I'll trade NASDAQ futures. But I might actually take some trades on Qs.
Martin,
Mm-hmm.
can you hear me?
Yep.
¿Qué significa? What does it mean when you say to be swept? Like, what am I looking for candle
Just to be
wise?
tagged.
Yeah, like retested.
So if
like
this is 609, if it goes through it, they got swept.
Okay. All right.
So just as long as it passes that level. If it
Yeah.
goes right to it, that's not a sweep. It literally has to pass the level.
Okay.
So basically sweep levels, and then the structure shift is when you go back below that specific level. That's basically all you wait for. Wait for it to get above. You look for your potential entry into these highs or on the break below. Some people like to be safer. You come and take the trade into here. One, you're going to pay a little bit more premium, maybe about 10-30% more premium, just because we're already down a bit off the highs. But you're going to take a much higher probability of success trade versus trying to short into the highs. This is a much riskier, lower probability of success trade, but again, you're paying less premium. I like taking a mix of both. I'll try shorting here into the highs, add here if I can, and then take off size into lows or whatever.
And when you do, if it does what you wanted to do, you do like in the money contracts 0 DTE or what you do?
Generally, I'm not a fan of 0 DTE myself. I just saw a message from someone. Generally, I don't like doing 0 DTE myself. I'll do it here and there. But with that being said, if I don't like doing it myself, I would never tell anyone to trade 0 DTE. Can you make a lot of money? Sure, here and there. You can also lose a shitload of money. I much rather throw money on swings where I know I can build size on trades safely and still make decent money without losing 100K in a day or something dumb. So yeah, not a big fan of 0 DT. If you want to take some 0 DT, that's up to you. Like I said, just keep it small.
So what do you normally do? That was my question.
Well, generally I will scalp here and there, but if I scalp, it's gonna be on a weekly or a bi-weekly. The majority of the swings, that's where I throw big money on, and that's I sent them in the chat, but that's gonna be some bi-weekly, some monthly, some 2 months, some 3 months. But you could still take the 0 DTs if you really wanted to. I just prefer weekly or bi-weekly, realistically.
No. I was just wondering what you what you do.
That's what I'm saying. You could do whatever you want, but bi-weekly or weekly, realistically, I think is the best case scenario. It's a little more expensive than 0DTE, sure, but you're getting a lot more. I don't want to say bang for your buck, but let's say 0DT, your time window is super short. So the problem with that is, let's say SPY chops today and then tomorrow it drops $10. All your money essentially went to waste on those 0DTs, when if you would have had a weekly or a bi-weekly, you would have gotten paid out the next day. So that's why I'm always going to prefer grabbing time, even if it's not a lot of time, over no time at all.
Okay.
Hold on, I think you're talking. I'm not hearing you. My bad. My headset's been acting dumb the last 2 days. Not sure why. Can someone try talking?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Bruh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Good morning. I'm doing great today. How are you? Have a great shift.
Let's see. Yo, try talking, bro. You're not muted or anything. Just, I don't know. Try saying anything.
You hear me?
No, not you, bro. My bad. Not
Oh.
you. I'm trying to speak. Say anything right now. I don't know if you're speaking right now. Usually when you're speaking, your little picture lights up green. So I don't see any audio coming in on your end right now. You're speaking. Okay. Then you're definitely not picking up audio. Are you on a PC or are you on your phone? What are you on? On PC. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. So you would go into your, it's not in your PC settings, it's gonna be directly in Discord. Do you have your Discord open? Okay, so do you see where your name is on the bottom left hand side of the screen? And then there's like a little mute, there's like a headset, there's like all that stuff right there. So there's a settings icon, like the settings little cog. Let me know if you see that. If you see that, go ahead and click on that, and then there's gonna be something right there that says voice and video in the settings, and then under voice and video, there's something that says input device. Just make sure you have the correct microphone, headset, or whatever you're using to talk selected. Let me know if that works. Try that. I'm not sure if that's the problem. Now it just says you're muted, so mute yourself and try, but it does show a headset or something now, so I don't know if that was it. I hear you. Let me see. Try talking. I think I heard
Hello.
you. There you go.
Hello.
There you go.
Oh, cool.
I hear you.
Finally.
Bro. My bad. I had no clue you were even talking.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So I was trying to ask this about this power of three indicator, Martin.
Oh, definitely.
I kind of understood what the candle is about, but I'm not sure how to use that precisely on a
On
live
trading.
trading condition.
So it can be used in many different ways. Ideally, it's just a framework or let's see what's a good trade to show you it on. Maybe Bitcoin. Bitcoin might be decent. Where are they? Oh, there we go. They're just taking a while. So one, you can set it up in many different ways. It depends what time frame you're trying to trade on. So the way I have them set up here, since I'm looking at the broader picture, generally focused on, you know, looking for swings, stuff like that, I have them set to
Okay.
bigger time frames. So as you can see, this extends back quite a bit of time. For this one, I think it's a 6 month, 12 month. So I use a 12 month, which is 1 year, 6 month, and then this is probably going to be a 1 month. So that gives you a broad range of the entire range, the entire year of where you currently are in the market, etc. Again, if you're looking at something smaller for like scalps and day trading, I would set it up differently. Realistically, I don't know what you trade on yourself, but let's say I am looking to scalp. I'm generally looking either at the 1 minute, the 3 minute, or the 15-second. I do reference 12 minutes and higher time frames like that. But for the most
Okay.
part, the time frames on my chart is going to be a 1 minute or a 3 minute. I really love the 3 minute. The only reason I do prefer, not that I prefer it, but I do look at the one. The one is essential because of things like this. Here it's not important, but you will often leave gaps like this.
Mm-hmm.
And majority of the times you do go fill those gaps. So it's definitely good to note that. But let's say I am trying to scalp. I would have these set up. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me pull up another chart where I have smaller time frames. Here we go. Okay, so this one, for example, I'm looking to scalp here. I'm not really looking for those longer dated swings. So I have these set up to
Okay.
smaller time frames. This is gonna be probably like a 12 or a 45 at most. Oh, 1 day. So I have a 1 day. This is probably a 3 then. 3 hour, and then this is gonna be your 45. If I can
Okay.
click it, yep, 45. So again, it's depending. It just depends what framework you're looking at. But here on SPX, for example, if you were looking for cells, I think probably looks
Right.
better on the 3 minute. If you were looking for cells, one, we just got a fresh candle, so this does not look the best because you have the same exact data. But essentially, let's say I am looking for a cell. One, it's not the
Okay.
best setup here, whatever, but it's fine. Let's say I want to take a sell. Ideally, you would want to take it on a shift back below the 45-minute lows, right? So you're trading a 1 minute or a 3 minute or 15-second, whatever chart you decide to trade. At the end of the day, like I said, doesn't matter if it's a 15, 1, 3, whatever. What
Right.
you do know is that you have your 45-minute candle here, your 3 hour, and your daily. What does that mean? That on the day, I have this entire range as
Uh-huh.
liquidity on the 3 hour, and on the 45, I just have this small range. So as a
Right.
trader, I can execute on a breach of this level here. This would be
Okay.
my sell entry. Sorry, sells below. This would be my sell entry. Let's move this over to current levels. You could take some sells briefly within this range and
Okay.
have a minimal stop loss. Let's say you use the same range for your stop loss. You put a stop up to here, 67.60 or something, for example.
Uh-huh.
Look at your potential downside target. On the break of these 3 hour lows, you have this entire range to the downside. So realistically, in
Oh,
terms of risk to reward, you're getting at least 1-to-1. So you'd be risking this amount here to make this
right.
amount. Risk to reward is about 1-to-1. So let's say from high to low, You're about 9.3 points. For each of these lows on the 3 hour, you're getting easily over 9 points. So risk to reward is definitely there on that trade. But essentially the PO3 is just to show you the daily range, or again, whatever range you choose to see. You can change these time frames.
Right. So basically, we'll get to know where the liquidity is at on the time frame that we are trading at, right? That's the main goal
So
there.
like I said here, since this specific chart setup, I use more for scalping. Something like this I usually run. So I'll have like a 1 minute or a 15-second, then I'll have like a 3 minute, then I can have like a 12. Or if you want to trade a little less aggressively, you can have a 12, a 45, and a 3. This is a little less aggressive, but you still get to view all time frames at the same time. You see the smaller picture, you see the bigger picture and where you currently are in the structure. So that's one problem. Sometimes we get so focused in a small, tiny part of the move, like this left side here, that you don't really see where you are in the bigger part of the move. So this is the current move here, but once you zoom out, this looks massive, right? This looks like, whoa, what a rally. And it is a decent sized rally, but when you really zoom out,
It's nothing.
like you can't even really see it on here. So I'm just saying, you really got to zoom out sometimes, look at the bigger picture, and that's really what I like the PO3 for. But again, you can set it up however you like. If you're day trading, you would use the smaller time frames. And then if you're looking to take some swings, you could have, like I said, daily, weekly, monthly, 3 month, 6 month. Just depends, up to you. I noticed that since we were chopping for quite a while, the last 3 months, 3-4 months, before we finally got out of that range, when you put the monthly and the 3 month, they looked identical. You know, we were within the same ranges, which is why I started looking at the 6 month and the yearly charts.
I see.
But yeah, again, it's just a point of reference. I think it's neat since I'm looking at a lot of different charts. You don't have to toggle at all through all the time frames. You could be on a 1 minute or whatever you like to trade, and like I said, have a 45, 3 daily, whatever you like.
Right.
And then we are getting that breakout here, so let's pull up SPY. So let's see. So just kind of as we were mentioning, slow climb up. We have about 40 minutes till the open. Ideally, realistically, we're probably not gonna hit BSL before the open. Maybe, who knows? Probably not. So enter the open. Plan remains the same. Wait for BSL and then take the sells. We'll see. Where's Apple at? IBM decent sell, and then IBM Apple no progress to the upside. So that's interesting.
Hello, Martin. You still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. 1 second. I'm just doing a couple things. But yeah, I'm still here. Do you have a question?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's up?
Let me know when you're done.
No, you're good. You're good. What's going on?
Sure. I was just looking at the chat that you have recently posted here.
Mhm.
Just give me a sec while I look at it.
Which one? Are you looking for it or?
I was looking at the IBM chart. It
Mhm.
just broke out of the recent resistance level, right?
Broke out on this breakout? Yes, it was a breakout from this previous all-time high slash resistance. Coming right
Yes.
back down
So,
into it, but yes.
right. So I was just curious to, understand how can we measure the after effects. So can we measure how long it can run and how far it can go on what basis if there is some.
So one, generally, if I would assume things were to keep running, yes, you can measure it with Fibonacci extensions. But realistically, one, I mentioned pre-market wanting to short it. Down here, I probably wouldn't do it. The benefit to this was shorting it up here over TSM. Like I said, I'm just gonna go with SMH, better risk to reward. But yeah, if you're asking me how to have an idea of how much I could potentially run, you can
Okay.
use Fibonacci's. So one, I would not do it. I mentioned potentially shorting it, but I'm gonna go ahead and show you just so you can get an idea of how you can, maybe do that. So
Sure.
let's do the weekly range. We have last week, which you have your start here. Here. Let's zoom in. You have Monday here, right? So this is Monday, Tuesday. Oh, I took off the labels. 1 second. Should be labeled. I forgot to turn it off. There you go. Why are these so high? That's weird. Whatever, that's fine. That looks so funny. All right, so you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? So that's your weekly range. Monday
Yes.
high would be here, right?
Mhm.
And then
Yes.
you're actually no, the high. Essentially, I'm looking for the high of the week. The high of the week was here on Friday. So let's use Friday. This is your
Okay.
Friday high.
Right.
Came pre-market, and then your low is gonna be September 30th, right? Pre-market. So you have low, you have high,
Okay.
and then this is your 786. You see how it happens to line up pretty close to the highs, and then we just reverted right back off that level. If you really want the full extension, which I have turned off, it's gonna be into 308.98. Literally perfectly the body high of that candle. Do you see
Oh
that?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Fibonacci's are literally used by computers. If computers are using it, why wouldn't you use it? I bet you this is probably the 1382. Let's see, I don't have it here, but let's put it. Yep. 1382. Perfect tag of that 315. 314.96.
Oh, the Fibonacci levels that we see down here are kind of next step that it can go forward or beyond, right? Is that
The
what?
extensions?
Yeah, the
Are you on
extensions.
TradingView right now? It's early. What time is it? I think I have time to do
uh,
this for whoever wants
I'm
it.
really not on TradingView.
What do you use? Schwab?
Uh, no, I'm on TradingView, but then I'm not trading currently. I'm just
Okay.
kind of looking at how things.
So if you are on TradingView or not or whatever, I'm just saying because the way I have my Fibonacci set up is not the standard way they come.
Okay.
Generally, you only have positive values. So you see how this is fib retracement?
Right.
Then there is another tool which is fib extension. Where is it? I guess it's this one. There should be another one. Point is, there's fib retracement, there's fib extension. What I like to
Okay.
do is edit this specific tool. I don't know if you can tell, I have both positive and negative
Okay.
values. What that does for me is it saves me work. Before, I would have to do two values. One, I would have to, mock up the extension, and I would have to mock up the retracement. If you have both
Right.
positive and negative values on the same chart here, which it allows you to do, which is really neat, you get both
Right.
values on the positive and the negative side all in one. So
Uh,
now when we come
got it.
down into the lows, I already have my support levels down here without having to do
Um,
anything. That's essentially what
Oh,
I do. That's why I'm asking you, if you're on TradingView, you can copy this here and you can have this for yourself. Because again, this is not the preset settings. So I have a bunch of different
I'll
ones.
just,
So
yes, sir. I'll just take a picture of it and then.
I have a video on YouTube, and then but yeah, go ahead and take a picture, and then if you want, I've mentioned it, we could always do it during a Sunday session. I didn't see you on Sunday, but you're more than welcome to join and then ask me, hey, how do I set up this indicator or this one or whatever, and I'd be glad to help.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Just a
This isn't an
second.
indicator, but yeah, I could definitely share the indicators with you and all that. Let me know
All
whenever
right.
you're
All right.
good with that.
For the chatting and whatever, I'm just using the trading view, but I'm basically trading on Robinhood, which doesn't have a great chart support system, right?
Yeah. Have you ever used any other brokers, or you've always been on Robinhood?
For the trading part,
Yeah.
I'll just use Robinhood, but the chatting, I use People and Trading View for the chatting
You
and
haven't been
options.
trading that long, right?
Yeah,
Like,
not
would you
that long.
consider switching brokers, or why are you with Robinhood? Just because it's easy, just because you've been with them, you haven't had any problems, or do you like them? Are
Yeah,
you
just because
happy?
of that. Yeah, just because there's no issue with anything,
Okay.
I'm just hanging on to that. Yeah.
Um, Depending who you go with, someone like Schwab or Interactive, you're gonna pay fees and commissions on options, so that's one benefit you have with Robinhood. I'm not a big fan, but if you're trading a small account, it's not a big deal. Um,
Right.
One you could try, which I actually like. I think their UI is decent, and they have a lot more features than Robinhood, such as conditional orders.
Right.
Robinhood doesn't allow conditional limit orders, which I think is super neat, especially if you work or you have, just you're preoccupied with whatever it may be. We're about to get
Oh, you
BSL,
know
by the
about that?
way, so let's keep an eye on that. But BSL about to come in here, just as
Oh
I
yeah.
said, maybe pre-market. We're about to get pre-market as discussed. So
Damn, how far is
that's
that?
pretty great. And Apple has not pushed
They're
higher
gonna be
one
sick.
bit,
Everybody's
so
gonna be sick.
it is what it is. Whatever.
Right.
Bro, I don't
So
want to
you
wake
said
up that
you
early.
want
Oh, drive
What
down
happened?
here. I just hope it's quick, to be honest.
you said UI, Martin, for the trading. You said try UI or something like that. You said
Sorry, my bad. I said what?
UI. What is it? I couldn't hear that properly. That's why I'm asking it
Oh,
again.
I totally forgot. My bad. I got zoned out by the spy hitting BSL. I totally lost my train of thought.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
that's
Okay. That's okay, Martin. I
uh,
see that indicators
so
are hitting on my end
we
as well.
hit BSL here. One thing I will point out is it's super tiny, but this is a super important lesson I'm about to show you guys in real time. Sometimes you guys like think I just magically know stuff. Like, no, I pay attention to every single detail, and you pick up on things after been trading for so long. So this is a live lesson right now on SPY. All right, we have these highs, BSL swept, but what is important here, other than the BSL sweep, which is also important to note, is this gap we left here. Do you guys see this?
Yes, sir.
100% of the time, these gaps are gonna get filled. 100%. I don't care. So let's say SPY continues to squeeze up a tiny bit, and we open anywhere up here. Let's say it's 6:30 right now. We open here. I know I can take a pretty heavy short because I'm gonna get this level here. Will we get lower than that? Don't know. Usually we will close gaps and then bounce from there, or they might flush it. But again, by the gap close, I would try to be out. But keep in mind, just note of that. Trust me, they will come close that gap today. Do we bounce from that level and go higher? We're gonna see. I don't think so. I think they probably continue driving lower, but we did leave an open gap here, so pay attention to that. And if at any time you see a gap like that, whether it's to the downside or to the upside, it's something to take note of. So for example here, small gap, and then obviously they came and closed it. We have gaps down here, but that doesn't really count just because we have this entire block here. But trust me, they're gonna come close this gap sometime today.
Right. Okay. So will that happen on the same day, Martin, or
I
generally
would
some?
not bet on it. Like today, I'm probably gonna take a 0 DT, yes. And I
Okay.
do have some weeklies. I do have some swings. If you're trading on a small account, that's why I say don't take 0 DTs, because more often than not, you're gonna get burnt. If you have swings,
Right.
you have stocks, you have a bunch of other stuff, it's not a big deal if you throw a couple $100 on a 0 DT. That's the difference. But yes, generally, or at least for me today, I do plan to take it. See, they're probably already gonna come fill it here before we even open.
Right.
But
Because I got hit a couple
generally,
of times
yeah,
on
I
that
would
time.
want to take a 0 DT myself, but I would not tell you, hey, bet all your money that it'll happen the same day. No, never do that. I cannot guarantee you it'll happen the same day. They might,
Right.
chop it higher up here the entire day and then drop it after hours or something. So, no
Sure.
guarantees that it's same day, but that gap will be closed. I would say
Right.
just about 100% of the time I've seen the gaps closed. There's very few gaps that have not closed, but I think they are bound to close sooner than later. So NVIDIA, for example, has a gap. This is insane, by the way, but I think it will eventually fill. It has a few gaps. So it has a gap here, which these are insane. These are 2017 prices. I don't think that one will fill. I'm looking for the I'm looking for the 2020 ones. I went too far back. Where are the 2020 gaps? Oh, this one right here. So this gap on NVIDIA is insane. It's literally at the base at $30. And again, you guys probably don't think it'll happen, but I think it would be crazy and insane, most definitely. But I would not be surprised to see NVIDIA back at these prices. So just take a look at where we are. Sell side liquidity currently here. We doubled from those prices. So this would
Right.
be about a 50% move down to close this gap. We're talking about an 83% drop. 83% drop seems insane and it seems unlikely and impossible. But when you look at the history of things, this drop here on Tesla was 55%. The previous drop we had on Tesla, I believe, was 80, 74, 75. So don't be too sure that it's not possible. But yeah, I would more likely than not say gaps get filled. Just like I said, don't bet on it to happen next day and a month. If you bet that this gap was going to close on NVIDIA, you've been betting for a few years. So maybe down the line it does come. We'll see. This is what I'm betting
Right.
for. Has max pain into 90. But very easily, if this level here is lost, you have this entire flush zone to the left hand side. We'll see.
Is it the IV that you look at when you know set the targets for a month, or is it just the last month
Uh,
pattern?
for the actual projections on the charts, like the prices,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
solely
while you
it's just the chart, just the stock chart. It's all harmonic patterns and projections and lineups. It's
uh,
not. It has nothing to do with option prices, IVs, anything like that. One important thing to
okay.
note is definitely when you know your OPEX expiration dates and stuff like that are.
Mhm.
But yeah, more or less everything is based off of the chart. So for example, here you have a potential Head and Shoulders. It was invalidated on this bounce,
Mhm.
but time wise, the move should still take this amount of time, which is roughly 21 days. So I can move this over to where we currently are and assume this current move should take about 21 days, meaning I would not expect to be under 660 or between 660 and 660 and 655 until maybe Wednesday, October 15th. So yes, I am
Hmm.
short, but I am giving my trades time. I'm short 670 as discussed. First batch is centered around October 17th. So 670s, any move lower into here, I'm getting paid out to October 17th. And then I have the November batch, and then I have the December batch and the Januaries. So that's how I'm playing this. And like I said, this move
Right.
here is great, but I just want to stay focused to execute properly on this entry. And like I said,
Right.
this zone and this range is amazing, but that's not what I'm interested in. I'm
Hmm.
interested in this. I just need to get
Sure.
my executions up here, and this is potentially, you know, some of my profit here. Don't need everything, just part of it. But again, the executions are up here. So that's my
Right. Right.
focus here into next week, which, as I just showed you, potentially we might see those lows into the 15th, which is Wednesday. So don't force it. Just continue scaling into swings as we discussed last week.
Right. Right. So while you spread out the options that way,
By date?
how do you plan that statistically? Is that 1% on the trade? Let's say you're taking October trades, November trades, and December trades, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how much are you risking?
How do
Like,
I know how
let
much money to put on each?
yes, one is that, and second is how much percentage are you risking at each interval, or how do you
So,
plan that?
general rule of thumb, I kind of don't. One, if you're a new trader, definitely literally calculate your risk per every single trade before you even enter it. Like literally get your calculator out and write down the risk. Me, since I've been doing
Okay,
it for a while, it's easy for me to calculate right off the top of my head. Do quick math.
right,
Okay, I'm paying this much premium, the contracts, blah blah blah. Like I can do it pretty fast. But
right,
generally, I would not do more than between 1 to 3% per trade, which realistically is hard for a beginner trader. And I mean per trade, as in like entry. Let's say I'm looking to take
right,
a trade on SPY. I could do
right.
1 to 3% on my first entry, and I would do maximum of 2 to 3 sets. So at some point,
Okay,
as I scale my position, SoxX, for example, I put some on Friday. That immediately
right,
went down, I think it was maybe 30-40% on some of them. I picked some up
right,
more yesterday for a discount. Now I have my second
right,
set. And if I want to
right,
do a third set, I would have to get it for less. So if we break under 410, that is an area where I got my third set. Or if we start breaking out above 425, I could take it on the breakout. Those are two potential setups. Dip buy into support or a breakout. Those are both viable setups, and that would be my third set. But again, always scale into trades, and that's what I try to do. 1 to 3%. So for total, you don't really do more than 10% on one specific trade, and even 10% is really aggressive. But that's what I like to do. And again, I'm not trading with all my money. I have my trading account, which is the money I'm willing to lose. I have
right,
investments, all that stuff separate. But again,
right.
realistically, if you're learning to trade and you have a $1,000 account, $500 account, whatever the case may be, one to
Mm-hmm.
3% is unrealistic. Like
Yes,
what
exactly.
3% of $100? What, you're gonna buy one share of Success? That's it.
Right.
It's not ideal. So
Uh,
if you're on a smaller account, what I don't really recommend, because it's way too aggressive, but what I've done myself in the past to scale when trading
Right.
small accounts or doing small account challenges, stuff like that,
hmm
try to keep it under 33%. So let's say you're on $1,000 account, you would not
Right.
go over 350. So 300
Oh,
max risk, 250 is better. Between 150, 250, cool. That way you can have try to stack the wins. But if you were to
right.
take one loss, you're not getting wiped. Because a lot of people on small accounts, they say, "Oh, I only have $500. I only afford one contract," or whatever the case may be. And
Right.
that one trade, if it happens to be a bad trade, you know, in one trade, you're done. Your trading career was short lived. Obviously, you can deposit more money, but that's not the goal. The goal is to
Right.
grow it, not deposit. So
Right.
it's
Right.
kind of
Right.
tough, but definitely try to do around 33% or less. And you know, if you go over that a bit, closer to 50, you're kind of pushing it because you're one loss or two losses away from wiping your account. That's the problem with that.
Right. Right.
But
Sure.
yeah, that's kind of the. But you told me you were trading. Well, I don't know if you mind me saying anything, but maybe not.
So I told you that I did broke my account like
Well, you
couple
don't.
of
I
times, and
don't. You don't have to. I don't know if you care, but you don't have to say it. You know. But I'm just saying. I don't know if you care or not in front of everybody or whatever. But the size you told me you were trading with, I think you could size that pretty well and manage risk reasonably.
right, right. I mean, I'm still not ready to get onto that size at the
No, no,
moment.
no, definitely not. But I'm saying that should have been something rather feasible.
Right.
Even 10% of what you were using before should be feasible to get started realistically. I don't think you need more than that.
Exactly, exactly, Martin. So I'm just, getting a little confidence, and before getting back, I wanna be a little sure of what I'm doing, and
No,
then,
definitely.
step into it rather than jumping in, and.
Apple, bit of progress here. No BSL, but no, definitely. Yeah, once you start feeling comfortable following along, seeing how the trades develop, the call outs, all that stuff, uh,
Yeah.
you still got to manage the risk. But no, definitely, yeah, start a little smaller.
Right, right,
So
right.
SPY, beautiful BSL here, right into the zone I wanted for a potential short. The only thing that I'm really conflicted with here is no BSL on Apple. So it is what it is. I'm probably gonna take small size on SPY, leave room to add in case I gotta take some higher. We'll see. I posted something and they deleted it, bro. Whack. Let's delete my stuff.
Question.
What's up?
Um, if I'm trying to load up swings into 17, I don't know if
Hold on, let me see.
what would you recommend? Because I'm not
Oh
trying to
my
put
bad.
everything in. Can you
Okay,
see it?
so yeah, I see. So first things first, cause it's a little tricky. I'm pretty sure you're
Yeah.
gonna actively be able to look at your phone if necessary, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right, cool.
My shit's not
How
that
much money are you
bad.
willing to risk? Roughly, roughly.
uh, I was thinking like around 4 or 5.
Okay.
At least I have like if I want to take like a couple
So you could
trades,
do
I
it two
can.
ways. No, actually, no. That
Mm.
would caught that maybe. Let me check. Yeah, maybe not. I wanted to see if I could get you in with two contracts,
Mm.
but realistically, I think you might be better off just grabbing one set on the 670s. So
670s.
670s for the 17th are probably decent. I was just discussing that's specific trade earlier. So
Yeah,
ideally,
yeah.
ideally, if we do get the breakdown, we might not get it until the 15th. That was something I was just mentioning. So
Okay.
we might, I don't know, not bad. If you want to do that, that's fine. Or you could grab a few contracts on something else, like, I don't know, SoxS or EVXY or something else. Just because if you do that specific one, you're probably going to be able to only do one. That's insane.
I
UVXY
see.
is still no new lows. Never mind. Stick with SPY just because of that divergence. That's interesting. No new lows. I'll cover it real quick. So for the longest time, UVXY kept putting in new lows, new lows, new lows, even though SPY was not putting in new highs. So I was like, what the hell is wrong with this thing? It just kept, coming lower, lower, lower.
Yeah.
Here specifically. We had not even taken out the highs and UVXY was gunning lower. Now at this
No.
moment, UVXY is currently starting to form an ascending pattern, has not currently swept the lows. So
Mm.
has not swept lows, and look at SPY. SPY keeps putting in higher, 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 higher. So if SPY is higher, UVXY should realistically be down here, and it is not. Meaning divergence would be short SPY, long UVXY. And I'll confirm that with the RSI in a second. But yeah, if you want to take SPY, it's not bad. I would probably do that 670. You should get
Okay.
paid on it.
Yeah. I might get into that today and leave it be.
Yeah, RSI is pretty overbought across the board on the 1 minute, 3 minute, 12 minute. Not bad for a flip here on SPY, realistically. I'm not an RSI guy, but yeah. So that trade that we discussed, we're pretty much right into that zone. Like I said, best case scenario would have been if we also got buy side liquidity on Apple, and we took SPY after, but might not get that. Apple's finally pushing up, but we have a huge way to go before we get to that. So who knows? Just be careful here. Let's say you do short SPY. What time is it? We have 20 till the open. Let's pretend the open is right now. You short here into these highs. If Apple does go for that BSL, just keep in mind we will probably also get a small push higher on SPY, maybe into 674, maybe higher, don't know. So just be careful with that so you don't lose premiums on that.
No,
Yeah,
I gotcha.
maybe into 674.50 or something. So let's wait it out, see what we get into the open. But I'm definitely adding to the SPY sales now. I had mentioned there was no reason to add. We were at the same levels. Now premium should be slightly lower, hopefully. And I'll add some more size here.
Let me see what this is running for. Do you still have any Eli trades? Or are you out of all of them?
Nah, Eli Lilly, I just took it that day. Generally, Eli Lilly, I like trading on Fridays or Thursdays just because, specifically Fridays, they're dirt cheap.
Oh, yeah.
But early in the week, they're a little too pricey for me. Premiums and spreads are usually a little wide. You have like $100 wide spread usually or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's cool when it pays for sure. I'm debating if I want to stack SPY or SPX today. I might go SPX, not gonna lie. Alright, so short SPX at the open, guys. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, not really. I'm kind of not kidding, but
You talking about 0 DTEs?
not you, bro. I mean, I guess you could. That's
Oh,
gonna
no,
be a
I'm just
big chunk
saying.
of your port, though.
No. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna, dude.
probably gonna try that. Again, I have a bunch of swings. One little day trade is not
Yeah.
gonna kill my account. But if this is the only
No,
trade
yeah.
you're taking, ideally I would not want you guys taking 0 DTE.
No, I'm probably gonna load up swings because I kind of don't want to deal
Yeah,
with
like why risk? You know,
that.
I
Yeah.
mean, your call. What's Tesla? Did Tesla fail that breakout? Yep. So far, coming below that sell side. Let's see if we see some follow through. I'll put an alert on this one. What's SMH at? I don't know if you were here in the room when I discussed SMH. That one's gonna be a little more expensive than SPY for sure. But this one's also a decent setup today. For a
Listen.
short, for a swing out to the 17th. Then you weren't here yesterday, so you probably didn't load any Success. We took some of that yesterday. Those are pretty cheap if you want to grab like 1 or 2 or whatever. Out to let me see what they
Let me
out to
see.
November, they're like $38. Out to January, they're like 62. For October 17th, and I'm talking oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong ones, my bad. The in the monies at 4, the January 16th are less than $1. I got some for 90. They're probably less today. November 21st, I got for 67. They're probably less today. So all of those, if you could get for like less than $1, $60, or even I got the
Yeah,
4s. If you want to get the 5s, you could. I prefer the 4s. But they're cheap, bro. Super cheap. SPY, why couldn't you wait 15 more minutes? I swear, if they would have opened it at that 1618 at 6:30, that would have been great. But yeah.
Yeah, the 4s are like
it's cheap.
$44, $47 each.
Yeah, so I would grab 1 or 2 if you want little investment.
Yeah, I'm definitely do that. Yeah, into November. I'm looking at on January 16. It shows is
Like
about
I
like
said, since
$70 each.
Success is down a bit here pre-market, you should get those for a decent price, hopefully.
Looking at calls, right?
For Success, yes, because it's
Yeah, right. Yeah.
semi-inverse. So
Yeah.
semis go down, Success goes up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll grab a couple too, actually, on the open. That and then SPY.
I think everybody grabbed a few of those.
Yeah, I'll probably put like maybe 150, 130. Yeah.
If you are gonna do it, you can maybe do a mix. Like let's say 2 on the Novembers, 1 on the January, or whatever, but some mix like that. So you don't put all
Oh,
your
I
risk
see.
on one expiration. Get one for 1 month and then divide the other part into like a further dated. That's what I would probably do, just in case.
I see. Gotcha.
Yeah, SPY's coming down a bit here, which is, literally what I called and wanted. Just would have preferred if I would have opened up here so I could have shorted higher. It's all good. And Apple small rollover. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume we're not gonna get the buy side liquidity. But just keep in mind it's definitely possible. So if this breakout on Apple does play out, just watch out. You'll probably get a leg up from here on SPY. So game plan for me is gonna be short, small size on SPY at the open. If Apple starts to break out, I'll probably take it off and try to re-engage higher up here, and then we'll go from there. But for now, yes, I do want to short a bit at the open. Maybe I'll try a bit of size on SMH, and then that's about it. Success, I'm not gonna add much. So SPY and SMH, 2 trades I'll look to take into the open. Other than that, not doing too much. Little by little, I'm showing you guys how I'm kind of trying to layer my position, slowly scale in. It's not like one day I just, all right, buy, a million things at once. Slowly, adding stuff. SMH I was not in. Looks decent here. Gonna take a small stake. SPY already had size. I've been patient on adding, and now that we're at higher prices, like I said, I would do so. I'm gonna do so. So let's see how it plays out. Hopefully, we do come down and end up getting paid out. Let's see. So next 2 weeks gonna be pretty important. What time is it? We got 12 minutes before the open. Does anyone have any questions about what they're taking, how much they should be paying, anything like that? Just because, like I mentioned yesterday into the open, I get a little busy trying to buy my contracts myself and everything. So if you have any questions with what specific contract you should buy, how much you should pay for it, or just anything in general, let me know right now, because I might be a little busy into the
So
open.
I'm thinking about doing the SPY, but
Okay,
based
that's
off what you
for
said, since I have a
SPY.
small
I'll
account.
call it out.
Go
So
ahead.
for SPY, I'll
Okay.
call out that trade because I'm taking it myself. SPY and SMH, I'll call out. Anything other than that, yeah. But SPY and SMH,
All right.
I'll call it out as I enter it. And I'll call out prices if it makes sense. If prices don't make sense or something like that, I let you guys know. Hey, the prices are too high. I'm gonna wait to enter. Or like I said, we'll see what we get here into the open. But yeah, those two I'll call out. And like I said, SPY, I'm probably going for the 670s, which are gonna be a lot cheaper here because we're trading, close to $250 away from it. But I'm still gonna try to go for that 670. If we push into 670, 450-ish on this move described here, then I would, then I would try going for, I would try going for 675s. But other than that, I'm sticking around centering my trades around the 670s. I'm gonna need Tesla. Yeah, IBM, quite a bit off of that zone I had discussed. I wanted to short, and like I said, I'm gonna pass on IBM entirely just because the SMH is a lot more attractive. But both viable for sure. Let's check Qs out. Qs, a bit of a steeper correction here on the 12-minute. SPY has not corrected quite as much, but they both swept previous daily highs on this move higher here. So, like I said, might not be a bad idea to short into the open. We'll see. Let's get it. That's insane. That was a ridiculous amount of volume yesterday on uh on AMD. That's insane. I'm sure a lot of it was closing, but still, that's insane. Over 3 billion. I might try to take this. Not too bad if I'm being honest with you guys. 0DT SPX 6725. Currently trading around 250, 280. Couple gaps above. I think we could easily get a 1-1 on this, maybe more. But that's probably a good trade. I'm gonna try to execute on right into the open. If you have a broker where you could trade pre-market SPX, you can go ahead and take this if you really like to. And it's gonna be the same exact setup on SPY. If you want to short SPY, you could take the puts basically right into the open as long as we remain below this buy side liquidity. As mentioned, we are getting the we got the sweep. Now we are getting the market structure shift back below. As long as we stay below and get some continuation to the downside, that should be a pretty decent payout. So again, if you want to take SPX and you have a broker like Interactive and you can take that here, you're more than welcome to do so. Have stops above, or you can short with SPY into the open. One thing I do want to note is we left this wick up here, so be mindful. If they bounce off these lows, they can come sweep this. So obviously you don't want that. Not betting on that. I'm looking for the break and stay below here to get that payout on the sales. But that wick is there, so just keep note. Keep that up there. And then I'll switch this to sales below. So we'll see what happens here into the open.
Which XPX extra are you looking at? 6725?
If you want to go higher, you want to go lower, that's up to you, but that's probably what I'm going to take, the 6725. And again, be mindful if we bounce off this low, because we could get the pop back to BSL, and you'd probably be taking a 30-50% hit, maybe on those 0 DTEs, depending on how fast they move. So for now, bouncing back above, sells below. Needed to get back below this level to take that sell. We have 4 minutes till the open. So again, if we're above this orange line that says sells below, don't take them. If we get the shift back under, you're okay to answer. So let's see. Right now, looks like I might be okay to answer, but again, we're pinpointing right around that, right into the open. And IBM had a pretty nasty move off those highs. Looks like it might be trying to base here into these lows to go retest this wick up there. So want to see what happens with that. Again, not taking it. Just interesting that it's basing here. And then SMH still at highs. So that's another potential trade you can take.
Did you take a look at AMD? Just curious.
Yesterday, not today. Today I'm not interested in touching.
Copy.
It was decent. If you were, again, the IV on that is ridiculous. It's over 60-80%. So I would not touch this. Ideally, sure, you have this entire downside range. If you wanted to short it, I'm assuming that's what you would want to do with it, which is why I'm saying you're better off taking SMH. SMH is all-time highs, a lot more intrinsic value to capture than AMD does, and you're paying maybe about 20% or 30% less IV. So SMH easily for a short over AMD or any other semi at the moment. There's decent candidates, like MU was decent yesterday, AMD was decent, TSM was decent. They're still relatively decent. I just prefer SMH, being honest with you. But they're all decent. And then SPY, small bounce here above that level. So again, need to get back below and close below for any type of continuation on those sells. And Apple, look at that. Finally, some bids when I don't want them. All morning, I've been asking Apple for some bids. And when I really don't want bids so we can roll over on SPY, Apple decides to give us some bids. That's funny. All right, it is what it is. Be mindful. We got BSL at 260.10. This little push on Apple just makes me want to sit back from the sales entirely at the open. Let's see. Let's hide drawings for a bit. Actually, no, it's fine. So not the best price action, honestly. If you do take SPY, only do it here into the open if you have room to add. If you don't have room to add, just wait, be patient. Like I said, if we get the pop to buy side liquidity, you're gonna get squeezed and you're not gonna have room to add higher.
And then 670 strikes, correct, for the SPY. Just want to make sure I got my thing
You
ready.
could do 670 or you could go a little higher. It's up to you, fam.
Okay.
Let's go back to 3 minute.
I'm thinking I'm gonna do 671s. They got them for under $1. Of course, that might change, but thinking 671s
For SPY?
or six.
That would not be bad.
Yeah,
We just
well,
got the
they
flip
just
here.
they just all changed. So now they got 672s under $1.
We just got the flip right there. SPX is up 25% here. 30. Let's see if we get some closures below there because Apple's still pushing up. So let's hope this doesn't leave a wick down here and drive higher. Microsoft, nice move down. No way my speaker's gonna be doing that. How do I switch that? Roughly 15-20%. The premiums are kind of moving pretty quickly here. But if we get back above sales below level, I'm gonna just take it off. Zoom out a bit. So success catching some bids. Tesla down, Microsoft down, Apple really pushing higher here. SMH coming down a bit below that buys above levels. So if anyone decided to take SMH, or even if you don't take it, just keep track, keep an eye on it, watch those premiums, see how that plays out. We have SPY here now getting back above that sales below levels. So like I said, wasn't too happy with the sales into the open because of Apple getting bids. But let's see if we can still manage to roll over. SMH went from red to green here. Same situation as SPY. Let's see if it reclaims. And then keep in mind SMH has potential VSL into 348.53. Look at that flip on SPY. We're probably going to get that BSO. And then QQQ also just triggered a breakout. Not a breakout, but it's reclaiming bullish levels. That's interesting. Q has not recovered. Q is still below its breakout level or its breakdown level. This might be a fake out on SPY, so you might still be able to short here if you really wanted to. Let's see what happens here. All right, give me back under sales below level, and then some follow through and confirmation. That would be great. What's SMH doing? Whoops. SMH also trying to reclaim its level, so not great so far. And then if this does close above this candle body and push up like it's doing here, I'm gonna probably just go ahead and call it on that trade. It's down about 12% right now, nothing crazy. It went up about 30% here at the lows, and now that we're pushing back into the highs, down about 12, 11. Nothing crazy. SMH, small reds, Apple, small reds. Let's see if SPY could get the flip here back to the lows. If anyone isn't already short and you want to give the trade a shot with stops here into these areas, I think that's not a bad trade at all. I'm talking for SPY specifically. 0 DT or weekly, whatever you decide you want to take. All right, nice little bounce on success. Ideally, I want to see follow through, breakout success, and then some move down on SPY. So the next, what time is it? The next 12 minutes into 6:45-ish is going to be pretty important here.
Got a question. Hello.
Yep, I'm hearing you.
I put an order in for socks in SOXS and it got rejected twice. It
Are you
said
on Schwab?
no, I'm on Thinkorswim.
So that's what I was gonna. I forgot to mention it to you yesterday. I was gonna tell you. So when you hop on their platform, since you're technically on a new, I don't know what you want to call it, new contract. Not really a new contract. The point is, you were probably gonna have to go on their website, agree to their terms of service and all their rules and blah 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 before they actually enable trading. You might be restricted. I totally forgot to tell you to do that beforehand.
No, I did that.
Oh, you did.
I did that, and it says like, yeah, I can trade the options too. You know,
Try
but it says like,
executing it on Schwab. Have you tried executing it on Schwab?
no.
Try it on Schwab, and then if it still doesn't let you, then let me know. We might have to see what's up there. But I think it just might be because you're barely trying to get onto TOS.
You know what it is? They said my shit's on hold.
Your what?
My money's on hold. It's been like a day in there. I don't know why it's still on hold.
Oh, then that might be it. And you're
Yeah,
wait,
never mind.
why is it on hold? Because Schwab
I don't know.
is Thinkorswim.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's not
curious
like by
about.
hopping onto the different platform, you're switching brokers. It's the same broker. That's weird. When's the last time you traded?
I didn't.
Like, it's not a fresh deposit, right? It's money you've had in your account.
Yeah.
Don't know what's up with that. That's kind of weird. Small pullback here on SPY. I need to see more follow through and get back under 672.57. But not terrible progress. But yeah, that's kind of weird. You could try to hit them up. Their customer service is pretty good. See what's going on with that, or try to figure it
Yeah,
out
I
on your
might give
own.
him a
Up to you.
call.
Apple small pullback, SMH small pullback, SPY not much progress, but ideally I want to see the breakdown here. Contracts, not doing too bad, not doing too great either. Down 5%, so definitely manageable loss here. And again, they were initially 30% green on that first flash crash on the first open, and then again about 5% loss here. If they break out into the highs, I'll probably just consider taking it off. What time is it? We got 6 minutes. I might just hold it till 6:45, see what happens. I'll finish my coffee. All right, not a big fan of the flip here on SOXS, but we still have a lot of liquidity higher, especially into like 419. So ideally, SOXS should hopefully be able to finish and complete its path here, which would mean SMH comes down, and that would bring SPY down, something like that. Nice. Ah, don't tease me. Let's see if we get it for real, but this should be it here, hopefully. So if you took it here when discussed, or even at the open, if we move down from here, you should be all right and get paid on that. Did anybody take SPY or SPX or anything?
I did.
I did.
Okay, so yeah, we need the breakdown from these levels. If not, we might want to take that off. Let's see.
Good morning.
Let's check. So this is the current option chain or option chart on that specific 251. If anyone is interested, not a bad trade in my opinion. You have a bit of upside for sure. And that would be for the downside on SPY. So again, we need to see that drop and follow through to the downside on SPY to get paid on those, but definitely decent RR. SMH catching a few bids here, not ideal. Apple upticks, but no new highs. So let's see what happens here. About 4 minutes till 6:45. Okay, new lows here on SPY. Great progress. Well, not new lows on date, but from this range. Now again, this is the level to watch. I need undersells below. If we get the closure here, we should have the green light on our sells, and we should hopefully get delivered into our take profit targets. But we need the closure. Last time we tried, we got one candle down, next candle immediately invalidated. So we need one first candle, closure below, sells below, and then your second candle would be your confirmation. So this would be your candle one, closure below. This is going to be your second candle or confirmation. Let's see if this second candle confirms and closes below as well. Let's check those contracts real quick. Pushing up here now from those 225 lows into 290. Roughly 30% here. Not crazy, but again, this is your upside potential, assuming we keep driving down here on SPY. Let's see. This candle is currently trying to invalidate. We have about 30 seconds left. Let's see what it decides. $15 seconds. 5 seconds left. Let's see where we close. They're going to close it below. And as long as this current candle drives lower and doesn't invalidate, we have the green light for those sells. Just give me one new low. I don't think they're going to do it. Let's see. Bouncing here. So if you want to consider managing your risk here, we can still drive lower. But theoretically, if they are going to bounce, it's going to be off these lows. So this is the point where if you don't really want to potentially risk it, you would take it off. I'm still holding. I'm going to play it out, see if they get the breakdown. But realistically, this is the spot where they should bounce if they were to bounce. So I'm going to hold on to it and see if we can manage to lose support. I'm down about 5% here. Oh, never mind. After that drop green. There we go. New lows from this little range. And as long as we manage to take out this, we should be good. But so far, if you entered when I mentioned to add up here, you should be doing pretty well. I'm green and I took the starter set and I never added into the highs. I'm still green. So if you took it up here, you should be pretty green. Don't know exactly how well SPY's paying. I took SPX, but I'm pretty sure SPY's paying a bit too if you took it into the highs on 0 DTE. Microsoft coming down quite a bit here, melting into 3618 at 524.7. Then SOXS has not broken out yet, so if I had assumed SMH is going to roll over here, and SOXS is going to go for those upside targets. And then hopefully SPY delivers our next leg down from here into 671.94. Let's see. DJ, Rosana, the ones who said they took SPX or SPY, whatever you guys took, you guys green here, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Why do you say it like that?
Because it's a little, it's like 3%.
I don't know where you entered, but it's about 30% off the highs. But yeah, not bad. If we get the breakdown, they should pay from here. You took this one, right? The 67.25.
No, I got a 670 October 17. So
Oh, for
it
SPY.
wasn't good. Uh-huh.
Not bad. Yeah, see, that one's gonna for sure pay slower, but not bad.
Mm-hmm.
So we did bounce off of those lows. Where's Apple at? Apple's pushing SMH higher, Microsoft down. That's interesting. I might exit mine for the 0 DT, not the swings, if we fail to get below and stay below this level. Let's see. There we go. They were just trying to stop rate, probably. And SOXS is now pushing. So finally, some follow through to the upside on SOXS, which is interesting because SMH has not flipped. This would probably be a ideal entry for some sales on SMH. If someone is not in it, you want to take this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take some myself. Let's see what those are at. get behind this. The 345 weeklies aren't priced too bad. Let's check next week. Next week's are double. I might just try a quick scalp here. Yeah, 345s for a scalp aren't terrible. You're better off sticking with SPY if I'm being honest with you guys. I just wanted to see get my head in the cookie jar on SMH in case it moves a bit more than SPY does. But we'll see. They're priced about 1-to-1, meaning roughly around 350, right around what the actual stock cost. New lows here, not quite, almost, but let's see what these are at. Not too much progress, but realistically, I would say this wick is a given. With my trading experience, anytime you see a wick like this on the options, more likely than not, they're gonna go fill that buy side. So I kind of want to just stay here, but I'll go back to SPY. I'll come back and check on this in a minute. And Apple's breaking out. This is literally ridiculous. I'm telling you, these divergences make no sense. SPY at the lows, Apple breaking out, and then we have Apple coming down, SPY going up. Like, what? Literally new highs on Apple while we have new lows on SPY. This is funny. And then, like I said, I'll keep checking on this. Hasn't happened, but I would, I would bet this is gonna happen. Higher than that, maybe, maybe not. That would be great. But 3.7 probably gonna happen. Oh, yeah, probably gonna happen. How are these barely up? Is this right? I need to check the broker. How those prices right? Yeah, those prices are right. I thought they were delayed a bit. We're coming into the 786 right here. So this is a pretty big GP just because of how big the range is. But this is GP here. So ideally don't want to lose this zone. I don't like how big this GP is. Under 786, we should see continuation lower. And then your next trigger is going to be the one we discussed earlier this morning before the breakout at 671.77. Let's focus SPY real quick. This is your 12-minute chart. So far, we wanted to see a fade into buy side liquidity at the high. So far, so good. Coming down. Now I want to see a breach of 672.14 and drive lower. And then the final and ultimate level I want to see lost to 671.77. And then the final boss would be that 670 strike. If 670 strike is lost, and this isn't for today, this is just, just going forward. Is going to be 765. So about potential another $5 drop from here if we break these lows. We'll see. We're bouncing off that level though. And these contracts still have not delivered this wick, so let's see if they do so. Small downticks on Apple. So at least that's one good thing going on here. Apple getting rejected into the highs, not really breaking out. If we do roll over, hopefully continuation lower, new lows on SPY. But if Apple does get that breakout, we're probably going to get the bounce off here on SPY, so I'd exit those puts. Decent bids here on SPY. And SOXS did fill that buy side liquidity, by the way. So this was that wick. We swept it here. And SPY now pushing back above the 618. If we do get closures above 618, I'm gonna go ahead and close that. Small green here, but definitely don't want to keep holding it before I give back everything and potentially even lose some. We'll see what happens. I still want to see this play out. Might not happen though, can't be stubborn. There's the breakout on SPY. I'm probably gonna go ahead and cut those 0 DTs here. And then Apple's probably gonna go for the breakout as well. It has not done so yet, but it probably will. No closure yet, but I'm gonna probably do it anyway. Let's see. So there's the option chart. No new lows quite yet. Probably will sweep lows maybe before bouncing. Then let's see. I just want to see Apple put in new highs. If Apple cannot put in new highs, this might just be a pump fake on SPY. All right, now officially back above that sales below level, probably going to close above it. So I'm going to go ahead and just call it here on those. They're trading now officially swept sell side about 210. So depending where you grab them, a bit of a loss, roughly about 30% for me, which again, nothing crazy. But that's 0 DTs for you. They move pretty quick from green 30% to down 30%. In a matter of minutes. That's why I tell you guys don't throw size. You could, but just a fraction of whatever you're risking on swings, whatever you have invested in stocks, etc. Never go crazy on them. And we're getting a bit of a pullback here. I have not exited, so let's see if those end up paying here. But yeah, the swings can be pretty quick and pretty sizable on options. 0 DT. This was what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At most 5 minutes. Within a 5-minute difference in time, you had a 30% profit to a 30% drawdown. So just be mindful if you take 0 DTs. Rejection off that 672.57 once again. Coming down pretty quickly here. Let's see if we can get under 672.14 this time. I almost exited that. They almost had me, bro. So decent drop here, but I want closure below here. What's everything else doing? Success at highs. Why? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Success at highs. Apple still struggling to get above those highs. SMH small reversal. Things don't look too bad here. Potentially we could see continuation lower on SPY, which would be great. IBM is now 295, so decent flip on IBM. SMH is still oh, there it goes. I was gonna say SMH is still into the highs, no flip, but if it does manage to get the flip here, that should be a pretty clean trade as well. Like I said, IBM is down $10 from 305 when I discussed it to 295 here, and then it was higher into 315. So let's see. SPY, come on, let's see if we get that follow through. These contracts should be back up a bit again. Yeah, so you got your south side liquidity sweep, lows, you sweep that liquidity, taking out whoever was short, and now they can send prices higher. And they literally almost got me. I was about to exit into these lows. So that's kind of how they usually operate it. But now I still need more follow through to really get paid out on that. Success also trying to go for that breakout above 420 here. Realistically, I needed above 425, 422, but decent progress. SPY, come on, couple more dollars. Just give me $1 more to the downside, and we should have a decent break. Oof. Nah. So for right now, it's just retesting the lows, retest of support. That's normal price action, but not good. So this is pretty bullish unless they manage to get back under. If they fail to get back under and sweep back above 672.5, do not be short. They're going to sweep the highs probably into the higher targets discussed this morning. So we 100% need to break down here. If not, exit yourselves. I'm talking for 0DT specifically. If you have swings to November or January or something like that, it's not a big deal. You're not going to take a big hit. So just to be clear. Right, we might get it here. Success pushing new highs, going for that 422 breakout. At the same time, we're getting those lows on SPY. Hopefully we can trigger. Not really getting paid on these yet. Like I said, hopefully we can see 3.7 or higher. Go to a 3-minute. So like I said, decent progress. Way below the early low we've had put. Now just need to close below here and see some follow through throughout the day. And like I said, these should get paid. At least 370 is what I want to see minimum right now on this drive, hopefully. Look at that move on SMH. That's clean. Again, I don't think anyone took it, but you guys are seeing, you know, the price happen in real time. If anyone put the options on their watch list or something like that, you can, you know, learn from how the options move and all that. But like I said, SMH is obviously more expensive than SPY. Nice moves here on SPY. Still not there. Trying to break out above the previous set of highs here. And I would not be surprised if they do so and deliver that 370. So if anyone is still short, I don't think anyone took 0DTEs, maybe DJ. If you want to take some profits into these highs, you probably could. If you want to let it run in case, you know, we go for a bigger move on something like this, also possible. But for now, like I said, the safe thing to do is take profits into these highs if we were to get there. Not a, you know, super crazy move, about, depending where you entered, maybe 30%, 66, let's say you entered a little higher, 30-40%. So like I said, nothing insane, but hey, it is what it is. If we do break out above 370, that's where you could have that insane run up on those contracts and that massive dump on SPY. But the safe profit target is going to be into that zone. So ideally, yes, I would love, you know, a massive flush lower. But like I said, if you want to be safe, consider taking some profits into those highs. And then SMH clean move lower here, so great move there. Decent move here. We still haven't hit 370. I'm telling you guys, I'm waiting on 370. After 370 is swept on the options, then I'll reassess direction. But anytime I have an edge on the market, which it's not a major edge, but it is a slight edge for the most part, or at least so I've noticed, which is this. My edge is that I know we're going to trade up to here, meaning I am not going to do anything until this trades. Once that trades, then I'm going to have to reassess. Do I want to hold on to my shorts for the next leg higher, or is it time to exit? But for right now, the next, area we are headed is here. So next decision, next test, whatever you want to call it, is into these levels. For now, I'm going to try to wait, see what SPY does. And then once that is swept, like I said, I'll reassess if I'm going to hold on to those or take them off. Sometimes we have massive moves in a minute. You don't really have enough time to think, so you should be premeditating what you're going to want to do. For that 370 to come, probably need a move into here. So let's see if they manage to do it. And again, it's not an insane 100, 200, 300% move, but if you can get 30, 50, 60% out of it, not bad. So again, let's see if it manages to deliver this next leg to get paid out into 370. Nice little move down here on SMH. See if we get a new low and then some follow through on SPY. Apple's, sorry, not Apple. Bitcoin's coming down pretty aggressively here. So similar setup to SPY, only difference is this is delivering another leg. So if Bitcoin is leading and telling the truth, which it usually is, SPY is about to give us a leg lower here. Look at that, beautiful. Well, it's short, obviously sucks if you're long Bitcoin. But yeah, we should get a leg down here on SPY, hopefully. And SMH, some follow through here as well. Dollar up, GJ down. Gold, what is gold at? Gold I have not traded. I might trade gold. I took a small size on 0DT yesterday. Didn't really pan out. I might take some swings here. I might take a small starter swing on gold. Look at that move on success. Gold is just expensive recently. Gold used to be cheap. I don't like that the IVs went up. I mean, 19%. That's not that bad. Pretty pricey. I'm gonna take small SPYs on gold. Realistically, if you can only take one, I prefer SPY over gold easily. And then SPY, I want to see stay below these levels. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and call it on my trade for that 0DT.
Remember when gold was like sub 2K?
Yeah, it
That
seems
shit's
unreal, bro. It seems like so long ago, and it wasn't even that long ago.
It was like less than 5 years, bro.
Bro, remember? Yeah. Well, I remember the 1600 flash crash. It was on a
Yeah,
Sunday or something.
those days were insane, man.
But even all those wicks have yet to be retested. That 1600 wick we left on that Sunday has never been retested.
It's just surprising seeing like 3K even hitting those, you know?
Or even SPX and Bitcoin and everything. Like if I go through my screenshots camera roll in here on my computer, bro, like I have every screenshots from Apple and everything else, like pre-split days or like when everything was cheap as fuck, and I'm just like, bro, insane. Should have just bought leaps on everything and called it like a
That
year,
part.
bro. Not even a year, called it a life. Just leaps on everything, bro.
I mean, who would have known, bro? Trump was gonna be our president. Shit.
Pretty big move here on SPY. So like I said, if you took it off on the lows, cool. If not, let's see what happens here. But swings, not a big deal. 0DT is definitely taking a hit here. SMH still at the lows, so that's interesting. That's SMH never recovered. Apple still at the highs, not really much of a breakdown or a breakdown. So I want to see what Apple does here. But yeah, SPY breaking back above the areas we had just lost. So not great. Tesla left massive liquidity down to 442.37. I'm telling you guys, I have a feeling we're going to continue driving lower, and I would not be surprised to see SPX come fill at 3.7. But as you can see, the premiums just went all the way from here back down to the base, which is not great. If you're trying to get in, sure, you can retake the trade all the way back to the highs. But these chops on the premiums when taking 0DT, not ideal. 30% up, 30% down, 50% up. So yeah, kind of sucks. But this is where we are on the chart on the options, and this is where we currently are on the actual trade chart. Like I said, I am pretty sure we get that 370. They're just pump faking it, trying to shake out anyone that is short. So they already did
What's
this.
the
What happened?
what's the buy side liquidity on SPY?
I don't know if the one from yesterday that's already done. That's got swept.
It got okay.
Yeah, it
Okay.
got taken
I
out.
would
This
make
one
nice.
isn't real buy side liquidity. I just have it labeled as high of date, but the real buy side liquidity
Yeah.
from yesterday, the 672.57 or whatever it was, yeah, that got swept already. It was this level
Word.
here. I switched it. The previous buy sell is now your sells below trigger. And look at that. SPY now coming down. So 3 times they pump fake. This was low. So if you were short here, short here, short here, all 3 times they came and rated your stops, rated your stops, rated your stops. Now let's see if they actually deliver the upside targets. So that's one thing about market makers. They tend to go stop hunting, which they clearly just did here. Premiums dropped to the same exact price on both of these drops, despite SPY never coming nearly even to these highs. So that's kind of how they play it. SMH trying to push for new lows here, as well as SPY, and then StockX going for new highs. One thing I don't like here is look at Apple top left hand catching bids here. I'm telling you guys, these divergences make it's silly, but it is what it is. SPY coming down, Apple coming up. Let's see who wins. Apple breakout versus SPY breakdown. One thing that could happen is as the market starts to melt, people will exit a lot of names and they look for safety in Apple. So Apple might catch bids into 260.10 before
Was it
fading, but I
was
can't
it
guarantee
Apple?
that. Apple has not met buy side liquidity.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that hasn't
Yeah,
met it.
Apple
Okay.
has not 260.10. And again, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but it is a possibility I've seen happen before. You catch a lot of rotation out of names, and then they'll look for safety in Apple. But again, that might not be the case here, so be careful. SPY new lows, come on. 671.77 is the official trigger. I know I have a lot of sells below levels now, so it just looks like noise. But the real trigger is 671.77. Come on, let me get that next leg, SPY.
Please.
You took it too?
No, no.
Uh,
I just need that leg on spy mode.
oh, you got the swing though. Huh?
Yeah. Premium is taking the hit though.
On the swings.
Yeah, on the swings.
For now, yeah, because we moved about 250 up. But once we start getting closer to 670, the premium should balance out again.
Yeah.
And I don't think you were here earlier, but I said if we were to push to 674, 674.5, I'll probably add some 675s. But if
Yeah.
not, I'm cool with 670. 670s are still solid right now. Just like I said, we just got to come down a bit, and premiums will balance out.
Technically right now would be like perfect ad for me. But
I'm not a fan of the 672.5 though, because it's just a midpoint. You're at a midpoint between the breakdown and the potential breakout target. So I'd probably just sit on hands here, bro. No cap. If you could add higher,
yeah,
like I said, run
I'm
it.
just
But right here, I don't really like it.
I'm just basing it off of the, I guess, like the cheap on the how much cheaper the premium got.
Bro, on the you have the 17s though, no?
Yeah, the 17s.
That's not bad. How much? Let me check. I haven't even checked mine's honestly.
It's probably down like 30%.
That's not that bad. Yeah, you're right. On dot.
Just about. So it's like
It's
perfect time to
manageable
add.
though. Because November's I'm barely down 7%, which is like, and
Maybe
then
like yeah,
January's and December's even less.
that's like 2 weeks further out. Yeah.
Apple coming down a bit here. Let's see if SPY does it too. Come on. Still pretty early too. The best case scenario would be closure below 671.77, and then we're still gonna have this problem here, which is where I said we might get 370, and you might want to consider exiting into these lows, just to be safe. Better safe than sorry. But if one, we do get the breakdown currently from these levels, whoops, and two, we get the break from these, we have a long day ahead of us. Meaning there's plenty of room to the go down, and there's plenty of time on the clock for the day. So this is your potential drop, maybe even lower. But again, this is getting to the extremer side of the potential moves. For now, focus one level at a time. This is your next test. If we pass this test, meaning get closure below 671.77, this is your next test. And then, like I said, go level by level. But there's definitely some money to be made to the downside still.
Damn, Stocks X holding strong.
Yup. I think I haven't checked that one, but I'm pretty sure that one's already over 10%. No, I'm lying. I overestimated you success. 7% green, not bad. And then 4% and 2.5 depending expiration, still not bad though. Isn't the stock itself or more than that? No, I'm lying. Nah, 3.3%. I swear UVXY has always been my baby, but I put a bit of size on success this time. If success pays me, I might have to put success on some cards plates or something. Whoops. Like I said, the safe thing to do is just TP into here if we get it. I hate how slow this drop has been, how choppy it's been. Literally could have been stopped out 3 times already. 1, 2, 3. So I like nice, smooth, slow, steady trades. This has not been that. This has literally been, massive chop. So if we get this here, great. Take it. Don't be dumb. But this is the upside. So I don't want anyone getting mad later. Oh, I sold for 370. It's
Eli
at
Lilly.
1,000. So what? It's moving.
No, it looks like it's back on between.
I have a trigger at 842 and then 834. It has a bit of downside potential, but the real trigger isn't until down here. I just don't like how expensive it is, bro. If it's
Yeah,
still
it's kinda-
elevated on Friday, I'll take it Friday. But for now, probably not.
It might push it to the highs right now.
We'll see. SPY, let's see if we get the breakdown here. Literally bottom of the range here. Moment of truth. And like I said, we're inching closer to those targets. Decide what you're gonna do. If you guys in swings, like I said, not really directly at you, but if you were in something like a 0 DTE, which I am in the SPXs, DJ, I don't know if you're here, if you're still inspired or not. But yeah, again, into these lows, if you have a bit of profits, you want to take them, go for it. If you want to say, hey, you know what, I'm only up $50 or whatever the amount is, and you say I want to hold it a bit longer, see if I get paid more into 9 a.m., 10 a.m., into the close, that's up to you. But like I said, the easy trade and the safe thing to do is take your profits into these lows, which there's a lot of money to be made under. Just again, no guarantees we get it. This was the quote unquote safe guaranteed trade for now, which we might not even get. So let's see. Five seconds. Ooh. Just do it already, bro. Okay, this might be it here. Let's see. See what those premiums at. Oh, I have it up here. I didn't even know it was up here. So about $3 here. Again, if you can exit green, might not be the biggest greens in the world, but it's greens. And Apple coming down too, so not bad. Then SMH has not put in a new low, so keep an eye on that. SMH, no new lows, SPY new lows. So I want to see some follow through from someone, whether it's semis or Apple or whoever it may be, but I want to see some continuation lower. Apple's giving me the follow through I want. Microsoft, I ideally want to see a flip on that. Then SMH, like I said, new lows here would be great. Tesla is doing its job. Sell side into 442.29, and it looks like it might try to go for it here. So let's see. Yes, sir. Literally, for the most part, despite this trade not paying very well, despite, the chop and the premiums and the stop rates and all that, I gave you guys the entry up here. So options aren't the best simply because we caught this entire move to the downside and they're still not, like I said, it's green, but nothing ridiculous. If we would have taken something similar like on a futures trade, this would have paid super clean. So options are great. I love trading options, swings, and knowing when to take advantage of them is cool. But I will tell this to everyone time and time again. If you really want to make money from trading as a scalper, day trader, stuff like that, I think FX and futures is just a lot easier in terms of risk management, entries, all that. For example, if you enter up here, you put your stop up here. On these pops, you never get stopped. On the option, on both of these pops, you would have got it stopped out at initial entry, which would have not been the case on futures. So just food for thought. Come on, give me 370, bro. We've been waiting patiently all day. Let me get that 370. Like I said, that was basically a guaranteed target. It has not been straightforward. It has not been easy. Could have gotten potentially got stopped out twice, but like I said, that was a for the most part guaranteed target, and they're about to deliver it here potentially.
There's no news this week, right?
Not that I know of.
No red folders.
Only quote unquote news is that we still have the government shutdown. How long is that going to take? Who knows? But the longer that takes, the bigger the problem. I'm lying. I just checked Forex Factory. We have FOMC tomorrow, and then unemployment claims to Thursday. FOMC is a big one tomorrow, though. Bang
Oh,
bang,
we dropped now.
370, 370.
Bang
Bang
bang,
bang, bang
bang
bang,
bang, bang
370.
bang. Bing me.
Like I said, nothing crazy, but a little 80%, 40, 30, depending wherever you caught it from. It is what it is. Nice little trade.
Yeah, 0 DTE would have been smacking.
This is a 0 DT, but like I said, from here on out, you're
Nice.
on your own. You got paid. If you want to be greedy, don't come crying to me later that your contract expired worthless. You have entered the casino realm. How much this can run? Who knows? Don't get FOMO, secure your profits. Like I said, 30, 50, whatever it is, don't get greedy. You got that clean, easy trade. And that is, it is what it is. SMH clean drive lower here as well. So to each his own. Like I said, if you have swings, you're totally fine to hold 0 DTEs. Don't be dumb. If you only have one contract, especially if you're trying to build an account, take those small wins. They'll add up, trust me. So DJ, don't know if you're here, but hopefully you can take some profits here. If you want to hold it a bit longer, that's up to you, gang. Yo, DJ, you here, gang? You know,
Oh yeah,
you
yeah, yeah. My
straight
bad. I
on
was
that?
on
No,
mute.
you
Yeah, the
could.
Sorry.
chat.
I was just like, so
Oh
what,
yeah, my
you
bad.
taking your to profits, you holding. Like I said, if you want to hold for
No,
more,
I'm
they
gonna take
can
my profits.
definitely continue to pay. But this was the pre-planned trade. This is an easy target, and if we were to bounce, it would be here. So
Yes. 370, come on. Ooh, nice drive.
good suit.
It'd be perfect if it just lands there, down there.
And then this
During
is
during
all
London
of this.
close.
Like Pilo, you came in a little later, but Robert, you've been here. Everyone who's been here pre-market, you know this was pre-planned, discussed. Pop, take out your buy side liquidity, market structure shift back down to the lows. We got the first drive lower, talked about re-entry here to the highs, and now here we are. So far execution, planning, everything, pretty spot on. So all we can ask for here is new lows, get paid more, or that's a wrap. We already got paid on that. So not so bad for today. What time is it? 7:30. Pretty early too.
I gotta start trying out trailing stops. Just like
On
on
Robinhood, I
taking
forgot. No, you're on Thinkorswim, huh?
on TOS, yeah.
They
On
let you
taking
do
profits.
conditional, no?
They do.
I would do trailing on conditional. Realistically,
Oh,
I'm letting you know right now, you're gonna get slipped more than once. But I think it's the best way to do it.
a word.
Because you're getting you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
Conditional based off of limit prices on the stock,
Limit
not
pri-
limit prices on the option. For
yeah,
example,
yeah.
here,
If it hits the
you were here the
price
whole time
market,
when I was discussing how I would have gotten stopped out on the options,
yeah,
but we never got swept the highs on futures. Did you hear that part
yeah,
or no?
yeah,
Whatever. I'll
yeah.
just say it real quick. So, point is, wait, hold on. Did my thing pause? Hold up. I think my headset turned off. Hold on, bro. This is annoying as fuck. It never used to do that before. I don't know what's up with this headset. Or maybe it's just dead, bro. I have it connected though.
New
That's
lows,
trippy.
hell yeah.
Hold up, bro. Can you talk, bro? My bad. I don't know if my headset back on.
It sounds choppy now.
Yeah, it was just fine right now, but kind of went away.
Bro, it's just stupid. All right, there we go. My bad, bro. This shit's dumb as fuck. What was I saying? All right, so we never swept highs on the stock, but we swept highs on the options. So if you would have set your stop loss at the low of the day on the options, you would have gotten stopped out. But if you would have set your stop loss on the high of the day on the stock, whoops, it would
Yeah,
have
yeah.
not gotten you stopped out. So that's what I do. Use
I usually
limits.
do conditionals off of that too. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's what you're doing, then yeah, that's straight. That's solid. You could trail. The only reason I'm saying you might get slipped is because if you are doing it based off of the stock limit price, by the time we get to that price, let's say you're like, oh, well, I want to get stopped out at 150 on a new high a day, whoop de whoop, whatever. Once we get to that high a day, if the limit's not 150, you might get slipped to $1, 125, or whatever the case may be. So that's the only downside. But other than that,
That's if the premiums are low though, like the or against you.
assuming prices are at that price. But that's the
Yeah.
thing,
Okay.
since you're setting the condition not to sell until that point, by the time it gets to that specific price on
The premiums,
SPY,
yeah,
your
it could have
premiums
dropped.
might have been way below whatever you intended to sell it. That's the only thing.
Okay.
That's why I'm
Okay.
saying you might get slipped here and there. It doesn't
Now,
work
now that
out the
you're saying that,
best.
it does make sense
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that has happened to me before.
And majority of the times, if things go well, the trade's green, everything, you should be fine. But if
Yeah.
it goes against you, and depending how wide your spreads are and all that shit, you're gonna get slipped for sure.
Yeah, because the other day I set take profits that way, just so that I can keep my eye off of it.
Right at the
But
open.
I didn't. No, no. I think I was like scalping something, and then when I was trying to exit, I just
Because
set
I
my
hate
orders that
taking
way.
profits right at the open. I do it only if it's like a crazy move, like ridiculous.
Crazy move, yeah.
But usually I let prices settle. The prices aren't the best the first couple minutes.
I think it was like past opening already. Like that move already happened, and I was just like trying to exit the trade basically.
What happened to? Oh, here we go. I was like, where are my other charts? So look, we're getting a small drop again here on SPY. SPY still trading into those highs. So this used to be previous resistance, right? This was the resistance. Now it's acting as forward support. Let's see if it manages to hold the support and push into a new high while we get SPY giving us a new low. Come on, bro.
Made a little structure. Need to break that.
I swear, if we get to my target on the lows, I'm gonna be so paid on those SPX. I called it too. Like, I don't know, literally everything, pre-market, even live ads, everything. So I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, all-time high targets, flip reversals, almost always pays.
Oh, shit.
Yes, wait. I'm sorry, DJ.
There it
I know,
is.
I know you're probably like,
There she
you
is.
got me fucked up.
Nah, I didn't quit, bro. I didn't do it.
I
Didn't do
told
it.
you, don't be mad, bro. I told you, don't be mad.
Nah, you're good. I'm still in it. I didn't do
Oh
it.
yeah, you didn't sell?
That's right.
Oh
Yeah, I
shit.
didn't do
Yeah.
See,
it.
Lex. All right, now you should sell. Fuck it, bro.
He said we in the casinos now.
All right, now you should probably sell, bro. Fuck it. Your call,
Damn.
but yeah, you should probably sell now. Fuck it.
How much did you milk that, DJ?
Let me see.
Like an extra couple hundreds, huh?
Yeah, I got a nice little drop on there.
I
Still
told
holding.
y'all,
I ain't
bro.
closing. Yeah, I'm watching
That part.
still, but I'm about to.
Yes.
What's next levels on
I'm
that?
about to exit.
Right
There we
here,
go.
literally.
Oh, damn.
If we take this out, let's zoom out. Let's go to a 3-minute. If we
Look,
lose
if that
this
ta-
zone, you can't really see it. I need to go on a 12. If we lose this zone, our next zone is gonna be 669 probably.
If we lose that zone, I'm getting paid.
If we lose 669, that's 665. So that's
Bang, bang.
cash money. But so
Bang,
far,
bang.
fuck it. That was a nice little GG's in the chat.
Went straight into your levels too,
Yeah, well, not yet.
for the most part at least.
Almost. Let me get
And
that.
whenever you write up any like levels, I just kind of average it out to like a lower end so that I can at least get filled if I ever put up my targets.
This ain't bad, but yeah, we're probably gonna get the bounce off into that support zone. It is what it is. Still a cool little payout. I'm glad you held out for that extra little drop, DJ. Fuck it. Worked out.
Yeah, so no.
Had the man sweating over here.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, this took its sweet ass time, but hey, it delivered. Can't be mad.
Always in the first half, bro.
And then Sox ass pushing into 430 now. So cool progress on that. I'm probably just about done for the day. I'll stick around for a bit, see if we continue dropping, bounce, see what happens from here. But I took a majority of my risk off on those 0 DTEs. They paid pretty well. Like I said, I just wanted 370. They came into 580. Not bad at all. And then low day was 210. So 101. I didn't get filled at 210. My average was closer to like 260, 270. But still, decent gains.
Are the fibs that you have there, you set them up manually?
Yeah, I used it. I actually
Oh,
drew
yeah,
these
that
up.
one.
I drew it up while I was live. I think I just did
Okay.
low to high.
I thought it was like part of your
Nah,
indicators. No.
Just MTF, but you know the MTF ones are these over here. They look
Yeah.
different. And SPY might give us another leg down, bro. Might. Let's see.
Are you fully out, DJ?
You got some success, I think.
I'm out now. Yeah.
You got
Word.
success though, no?
Your hand in the cookie jar?
Yeah, see, success is now over 20%. That's crazy. 20%.
That's
And just a few
that's
minutes ago
nasty.
when I discussed it, it wasn't even over 10, I think.
Yep. And you kind of went heavy on that too, huh?
On success, yeah, I have a bit of size on that
Yeah.
right now. I got some shares and then a couple different options. I picked up a
Same.
few on this new drop on Monday yesterday until October 17th. And then I added November's and just January's. This one doesn't
Same.
have December for some reason, which is cool.
I averaged out to like 420
Across?
for SOX.
Oh, your shares?
Yeah, averaged out. Yeah.
Not bad. Nah, but yeah, the options right now, bro, crazy ridiculous at that price.
It's cheap too.
All right, see, so SPY bouncing off those lows. We may or may not get a new leg down. Who knows? Who cares? We took profits, all good. Realistically, I do want to see continuation lower. But for the 0DTs, risk is managed. So I'll be patient here and see what develops into the rest of the day. Let's check out Apple. Apple's still driving down, so that's decent. This is what I had drawn up earlier. So ideally, if Apple's gonna bounce, it's gonna be into the zone. Let's see what happens if they manage to bounce and go for that breakout. If that does happen, SPY is probably gonna bounce off these lows as well. But if Apple gives up these levels, SPY should continue rolling over.
Bye, Martin. Thank you. I see you guys
All
tomorrow.
right, see you. Have a good one.
Laters. Shout out Roxana. Damn, SMH still dropping.
I told y'all. I told y'all.
I thought you were just saying like shaking my head or something, but you literally meant SMH.
Oh yeah, because I'm telling you, I was thinking about IBM adding TSM. I was looking at a couple different things, but nope. SMH is where the money's at.
SMH is a semi? The fuck?
It's ETF of all the semis.
Oh.
So you
Okay.
cheaper on the IV and more meat on the bone. You're talking 345 earlier at the highs. And
Yeah.
IBM, you only had about 305, 300 intrinsic. Not a huge difference, but still, hey, if you're getting a contract for less money and you can make more, shit, I'll take it.
Sheesh.
Look at this, bro. SMH
Sheesh.
still
Melted,
going.
dude.
SPY still going.
Spy still going too.
Yes, way.
I'd want to see that close though. We could still flip.
TSM is up. Nah, not that bad. I mean, SMH. TSM is up too, but SMH is only up about 40. I thought that would be up way more by now.
What happened to Tesla? Hold up. Did that shit recover?
A bit. It had a bit of a bounce, but not entirely. Off the lows, yeah, it bounced a bit, but it's still down a grid.
You're right. You're right.
I just got a call. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I think it wasn't for me. Should I answer? Should I call back? I don't think that was for me. There's this guy that knows my dad, bro. He's like one of my dad's friend. He's some older guy. And I have the same name as my dad, so I'm assuming this guy like has us in the contacts right next to each other or some shit. He always calls me, bro, and then I answer and he's like, "Oh shit, my bad, it was for your dad," and I'm just like, bro. So I was about to call him back, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's for my dad.
They should just save your name as Junior, bro.
I don't know, bro. It's him. Yeah, you know, old people, bro. But he's cool. He's cool.
Old head, that's sick.
I be telling people he's my uncle. He's not even my uncle. I'm like, oh yeah, it's my uncle.
Yeah, it's my tío.
For
Tío from
real.
another mother.
Let's see if we get another leg down on a SPY here. I got rid of my option chart. Let's pull that up again. I have a mess right now. Yeah, it was a clean move on SMH. I'm considering booking some right here. I don't like that they haven't paid. I mean, I don't know. I feel greedy sometimes. I feel like I've gotten so used to hitting those big percent wins that when I get the 40% wins, 50, 75, whatever, I feel ungrateful for them. But realistically, they're insane wins. You know, the market doesn't even deliver that in a month. You can't get that on a CD in the bank. Like, you can't get that money anywhere. So definitely makes me feel ungrateful. Because realistically, you know, that's super good money. But don't know. 40%.
Extra drive down. Come on. All right, now I'm not. Now I'm down 29%.
What do you mean? Oh, on your swings?
Swings, yeah.
Uh,
I kind of got him at a bad price. It's all good though.
let's see.
Still early too.
Yeah, if they really wants to continue driving lower, they can. But like I said, this is a pretty solid support zone. If they want to bounce, it should be there. So not really trying to force too much. Like I said, I already took most of my risk off, so I'm not tripping. Oh, Apple, what are you doing? So definitely did not hold its support. I think SPY's about to give. They're probably just trying to hold it up as long as they can to pump fake as many people as possible. But looking at what Apple is currently doing, I'm pretty surprised SPY's holding
probably
up.
next. Yeah.
Yes.
What would be next after Apple?
To roll over, Nvidia's down already. I'm pretty sure. Not really.
Like in terms of the cycles.
I think Apple's
Rotations.
the main one. Apple and Nvidia. Microsoft is already down a bit. Meta's down a bit. Tesla, Netflix. I think definitely Nvidia and Apple. But look at Apple. Apple's the main one that I mentioned this morning, and it's literally, well, it's been the
Right.
main one the entire week, but it's slowly, finally starting to roll over. And again, we got pennies, not pennies, maybe about $1 away from our BSL. Never got it, but
Close enough.
this might be it. Or we get some crazy buys off these lows on Apple to BSL. That's also a possibility. And then we get bounce on SPY off these lows. So two setups right here. One, SPY bounce off here, and we get the BSL on Apple. Or we're about to continue lower, but I need the breakdown on SPY and Apple to stay below this. So either or. But I'm telling you, these divergences are goofy. Let's see who confirms first, Apple or SPY. Microsoft down 6, Tesla into top resistance. And then Success is not slowing. No, it is. I was gonna say it's not slowing down. It was like this, but no, it did come down a bit. Those are paying pretty well. I'm pretty sure everybody who took it yesterday is doing pretty good on Success. The thing I love about trading SPX0 DTE, like I said, there's many things I don't like, many things that are at your disadvantage and suck. But one thing that is good on massive days on the market, when you get like a 1%, 3%, 5%, anything more substantial. If the SPY moves a couple dollars, then that means SPX moved, for every dollar on SPY, that's 10 on SPX. Meaning if you get a $3-5 move on SPY, that's a 30-50 point move on SPX. And since those 0 DTs get so cheap, if you could get in the money and move in your direction of 10, 20, 30 points, again, a dollar or two or three doesn't seem that crazy on SPY, but when you're on SPX, you're talking 10, 20, 30 points. So again, on a clean move on a big day, you're talking about
Three
a
bands.
couple, yeah, exactly, a couple $1,000s per contract. Right now they're at 540. Again, I mentioned our potential TP would be safely into that 370. We're well above that and pushing higher. How high can we go? We're gonna find out. Right now already paid, so let's see. And again, it's gonna be hard to get below the zone. So second bounce on SPY off these lows, and Apple's again trying to push above. So like I said, if Apple breaks out above here, those sells are gonna be invalid on SPY. I feel like today has felt like a long day. Don't know why. Probably just because of how slow the chop down has been.
You're probably up early too, huh?
Look, yeah, every day I'm usually like 3, bro, 3:30. Today I woke up earlier though. You're right though. That's why today I woke up earlier.
I slept kind of late today. I slept like at 2.
Sheesh. I think I woke up like at 2 today, bro. It was like 2:15, 2:19, and I was like, I was like, should I go back to sleep? Should I stay awake? And then my phone was dead, so I just connected it and stayed awake. I was like, ah, fuck it. I hate when my phone dies.
The mosquitoes
So
has been
then,
keeping me up.
huh?
The mosquitoes has been keeping me up.
Bro, for real, you need to get one thing you could do is turn on like the light from like the hallway or something outside to drive them away out the room type shit. But if not, I have the little light shit, bro. But then I feel like I can't sleep because of the noise. Because then all night you just hear them like, zzz, and then when they're popping in the little light
Yeah.
machine thingy. So it's like, bro, you either get bit or you hear them popping all night. You guys have a grip in the
They're
valley or
evolving
what?
too. What was that? No, yeah, we got a crib in the valley.
I don't know, a grip like a bunch of mosquitoes
A grid?
or
Not
nah?
really.
Not
It's
crazy.
just like little puddles here and there. That's why they kind of develop.
Nah, bro, here by my crib, it's ugly. What you seen last time?
I bet. Yeah. Over here, it's not too bad. It's just the little ones kind of they win every time.
I feel it. GP here on Microsoft, and then Apple's still trying to get that bounce off, while SPY coming down. So like I said, moment of truth. This is literally do or die. I'm debating taking off my last few runners. They're still paying about 500. I'd much rather take those
Getting
500
tight.
than let it. I'm telling you, I think we're gonna keep selling. I want to get paid more, but if they do get this bounce off, for sure get out of your zeros. Wouldn't be
Just
surprised
keep
if
it
they
running.
push it to the high a day. If they get this bounce off, but like I said, let's see.
Damn, I'm praying for a slippage.
What is this on the right? Oh, MSTR had a crazy fuck. I slept. Excuse my French, but MSTR,
MST.
bro. Last
Oh my
week,
goodness.
this is a nice sell. Beautiful. Excuse me. Damn, that was so bad
Jesus.
that I got the hiccups. I got scared. Damn. Yeah, bro. On Friday, no, not Friday. I think on Thursday. Yeah, on Thursday I got paid on this pretty well. And then I re-engaged it a little bit on Friday. Didn't really work out too good. I got paid on this first move round and then ended up, taking all the premiums. But today and yesterday would have been the beautiful swing entry. Didn't take it. But even today would have been nasty. I slept.
Yeah, and any entry today.
I even discussed Bitcoin earlier and I just completely did not take it. The sales below was from way up here. It is what it is. That was pre-market too. What time
We
was
were
that?
looking at it too, bro.
Yeah, I slept. Whatever. Can't take
We were looking
everything.
at Bitcoin.
But yeah, that was a clean move. And then SPY's bouncing. So like I said, this is probably it for the day. At least on zeros. No breakout yet, so let's see. But might be it here. Who's still here? Let's check chat. Anybody take SPY other than DJ? I know DJ, you made your money. Anyone else get in on that?
I also took SPY, a small 0 DT, and I closed it.
Okay, did you write it all the way down with this, or you took it out before?
I took it down and then I rolled to the next.
Great.
How-
Next day or?
Yeah.
Okay, I would have
So-
preferred to roll into Friday expiration, but if you did tomorrow, that's fine. That works. But great.
Yeah,
cool.
no,
If you made money, that's great.
no. It was also 0 DT. Yeah, so
Okay.
I rolled it to a lower to get some of the premium back. Yeah. in
Oh,
case
gotcha.
it
So you
goes
rolled
back.
it same day, lower strike.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. That's cool. Ideally, I would want to trim the original position and leave your original position versus rolling lower, just because you'll be deeper in the money. But that's totally fine. Just me preferably, but that's fine. That's cool. Oof, nice move here. Let's go. They're now 650. Let's go.
You still
But
in
then
some,
again,
huh?
yeah, I'm still in some. But again, all this planned pre-market, discussed levels on this specific options chart, everything, literally everything has been called out. So 2618 here, like I said, don't be too greedy. I might just take a few more here. But the breakdown
Take me
from
back
here
to
looks enticing.
669.
The breakdown from here looks really enticing. And look at that, reclaiming those lows right off the lows. So again, this is going to be a pretty important test here. Let's see what happens. Apple
it did
looks
get to
like it's
the
gonna go for the
overnight lows.
breakout as SPY is bouncing. So again, this might be just about the end of those sales, at least for the day. But again, let's see. So trying to hold the support, breakdown versus bounce scenario into the zone, and then Apple trying to reclaim and break out from this level we lost. So let's see what we get next few minutes. I'm gonna give it about 3 minutes. If in the next 3 minutes no new lows, I'm just go ahead and call it.
Hey Martin, is this orange line the overnight lows on SPY?
we get the breakdown, I'm gonna probably run for another cup of coffee. Just because I was thinking about stepping away and calling it a day, but if we get the breakdown, I'm gonna have to stick around and be a little focused. But let's see. Breakout, I'm calling it a day for myself. Breakdown, I'll stick around and trade it as we head lower.
Breakdown, stick
Bye-bye.
around.
Did SPY just hit the overnight lows?
I mean, we haven't hit previous daily low yet, so that would be amazing if we did. Let's check the 45-minute.
If I had to guess, I have a feeling we're gonna head lower. Just don't know if they really
Yeah,
have it. We'll
I
see.
think we are.
EQ test here at 671, but they're pushing, so might just call it. Oh, maybe not.
I think, yeah, we might tag yesterday's lows.
The 67.25s I discussed, if we do get this next leg down, would go in the money, by the way. So things get interesting. Apple breaking out here, or trying to. All right, I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more coffee. Fuck it. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to stick around. But yeah, watch the levels. Let's see if we get the breakdown. Be right back. Bro, I didn't even get a step away from my desk. I was barely gonna step away. Are they gonna flash it or not?
Oh yeah, she pushing lower.
All right, yeah. So I was in the kitchen. Came back to my desk. Nvidia news down quite a bit. SMH also down quite a bit. Some news about OpenAI not being able to rent their some bullshit news. I don't know. But point is, SMH is paying a lot here. SPY is paying more, and coming into the potential targets discussed. So things are great so far. Don't continue being greedy. If you're in swings, sit on them. Please sit on them. Like I'm begging you guys, sit on those swings. We are coming into 670, and as time progresses, look at Tesla melting. As time progresses out to the next 2 weeks, out to November, out to December, whatever amount of time you guys did load on those contracts, you're gonna be getting paid pretty well. But if you are in a 0DT or something like that, please don't be dumb. Definitely take profits the lower we go into the day, just because nothing is guaranteed. We could bounce at any
Oh
moment.
shit.
But definitely take some of those profits. And like I said, swings, please sit on them. Those 670s will pay. But that's about it. I have my coffee wasn't even done. I had to run back here. So yeah, Nvidia
real?
news is dumping right now.
Oh,
But
there's
again,
Nvidia.
the supposed news. But come on, this was not a news. I told everyone to short semis into the highs.
Yeah, damn.
Headlines are dropped when it's convenient. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah,
yeah.
SMH trade is a killer from this morning. And I had just set up here 40%. Like, I feel so greedy, but I'm not happy with 40%. And sure enough, there you go. I just got what I wanted. SPX is way over 300% here, 400, 500%, depending where you entered. So congrats if you took that, if you held, if you didn't hold, still, you know, you guys were here for the planning, learning the lesson, whatever. But look at that. Yes, way from down here, literally from down here,
Jesus.
gave this to y'all. We trading at 1.2K per contract now. Literally, like I don't know. Like I don't know what else I could do.
Way downtown.
Literally
It's still
gave y'all the
going.
whole game plan, pre-market, contract price, everything. So I'm gonna take some
There you go.
profits here. That was disgusting.
Tag PDL. EMH
Disgusting.
next.
That was fun. Hope y'all had fun. I had fun.
It might drop lower.
I don't care, bro.
Maybe.
I'm taking my 400%. Give me that. If we drop more, fuck it. I have a
Ankle.
few more, but I took a few more right here. That was an easy call. Easy. Easy. All right. All right, there. Let's catch our breath. That was nasty, though. Literally, bro. Let's zoom out. Literally. 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 Like, come on, bro. Too easy. $669. GG's. And I got y'all in on swings, and we're gonna hold them shits for a fucking month. Let's go. Let me get my coffee. That's just ready. That was disgusting.
Radiant dog.
All right, I got my coffee. I'm back and I'm done for the day for real. I hope y'all had fun. I hope y'all made money, but that was cool. This trading shit is cool. All right, let's see. Let's focus up. The win on the 0DT was great, made money, but let's focus up. Let's see how everything else is doing.
What's the next move?
Okay, let's manage. I might have to trim some of these too. I had a bit of weeklies on the 670s. I might have to take some off here too. They're over 100%, so I'm gonna probably take off half here, let the rest run on the 670 weeklies. 670 bi-weeklies for the 1017 I'm not touching yet. I'm gonna let those run, and then anything else further dated I'm gonna let run as well. But weeklies I did take off a bit here just because they're over 100%. And 0DTs, like I said, you should be all out. Please don't be silly. They're up over 400, 500% depending what you took. But yeah, that's about it. 0DT, 110%. You should be out at least of 90% of your contracts. You want to leave a few runners, that's cool, but be out of most. Weeklies, like I said, over 100%. Take half, get risk free. And then bi-weeklies, I would let those run if you want. If you don't have anything like 0DT, you didn't have weeklies, you didn't have any shorter dated risk, and your shortest risk is 1017 and you're getting paid here.
Yep, I gotta
Like-
activate it. Let me just make sure that you have your
for
active.
example, if you want to get some money here, like whatever you're winning, I'm sure you're making money here. So you could get your initial capital back, some profits maybe, try to reload on a bounce for less. Does that make sense? If
Yeah.
you didn't take the shorter time frame, 0DTs and all that. Just because I don't want you not to take any profits, we bounce back to the highs and you basically didn't profit anything.
For Dallas, correct?
Entire move down. But that's kind of what I do and go about it. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this one. GG's.
You say something, Aaron?
What happened? Yeah, I said I'm gonna get rid of this one. GG's. I'm telling you, I haven't trimmed my weeklies and they're up over 100%. So fuck it. Don't want to be silly with it. That
Oh,
was
I thought Aaron.
nasty though, bro. Literally, like I was like, oh, I might go get a coffee just in case, and boom.
Right when you were about to step
Bro,
out too,
I
and
don't
this
even need
train.
the coffee no more. Now I just have a fucking cup of coffee. I already took profits. I'm done trading. The fuck. It's all good though. But fuck it, yeah, that was nasty, bro. They flushed it literally in what 6 minutes, maybe a little more. I'm a little sick. No one has 0DTs with me though. Keeping it a butt.
Right?
Except for DJ. DJ, you actually rode with me. GG's. You didn't ride all the way down, I think, but fuck it, you rode. GG's.
They're right all the way down. We told him to get off.
Well, bro, it's because the safe thing to do is get out.
Yeah, it is
Me,
a
I
safe
had
thing to do.
size. I had already trimmed some more down here. It's different. But when it's your only contract, you know, you don't really
Yeah.
have too many options. And
You
Spy
got no
might really
choices.
push lower here. I haven't gotten filled on the weekly, so hopefully it does. Yep, got filled. GG's. Risk is managed. I'll reassess later into the day. But for now, I did what I had to do. Fuck it. That was pretty solid. Now I just want to see how the week closes out. Like I said, potential bounce from this level or continuation down. If we bounce, retest the highs we fell from before the next leg down, possible. But as far as my trade management, like I said, weeklies, you should be risk free if you were over 100%. Even if you're not, you should definitely be looking to take some profits. By the way, look at Apple. Nasty bounce on Apple all the way off the lows. So again, take profits on SPY if green. Swings I am not touching. Like I said, just do some managing. Everyone's port is different. I cannot speak for the entire group. Like I said, if you had some 0DTs and took money there, you don't have to take too much on the other ones. But again, if you have only swings and you do not take any profits here and we bounce all the way back to the highs, you know, you pretty much just wasted that entire trade. So to each his own. If you need help with anything, feel free to let me know here or DM me in private if you want. But yeah, I managed what I had to do on my port, and I'm pretty much done here. It's just a matter of being patient and waiting and seeing if we get the next leg down or bounce off this. Excuse me, bounce off this level. But by the way, Apple's looking at on this strength, I would not be surprised if we actually follow this path and go for that BSL. We'll see. And then also look at SMH. That was quite a move. So maybe chips recover a little bit before the next leg down. Don't know. Yep, that looks kind of bullish on NVIDIA. 45 never broke structure, held lows. As long as we hold the support zone, we have a little bit of liquidity higher that they might try to go raid before the next leg down. We'll see. But like I said, please take some profits into these lows if you can. Does anyone need help with anything? Aaron, I know you haven't been too active. But if you need help with anything, let me know. Robert, Alex, I don't think you're trading, but you know, if you just learning or speaking here, yeah, just let me know how you guys doing. If you need help with anything.
I just did what you said. I just trimmed. I'll just reload next time.
Just because, like you said, you were down how much this morning, and now you went green.
Like
I'm
20?
assuming?
Yeah. If anything, I just recovered my losses.
See, so it's like fuck it. You can get a potentially better entry. If we
Yeah.
break these lows, then that's a different story. The only problem I will be upfront with you, Pilo, is that was your only position, no?
Yeah.
That's the
No
problem.
worries.
You're now
Yeah.
out the cookie jar. Versus I
Yeah.
want y'all in the cookie jar. Just, you know, take some off if you could. But now you're all out. So it's fine. Ideally, hopefully we do get the bounce here and you're able to add it for less. But realistically, that's the only quote unquote problem. Because you're now
Yeah.
fully out
Nah,
when I just wanted a
no
de-risk.
risk.
But it's all good. Like I said, hopefully we get the bounce. And if you can get back in for 30% off or whatever, that's obviously going to
Yeah,
benefit
no
you.
worries.
For sure, for sure. Hey, what you think, Alex? Good call outs? Good call outs?
GG, yeah.
Enemy? No, just playing. Hey, you still be gaming, bro, or you don't play no more? You used to be
Nah, nah.
nasty, bro. No, I'm talking Alex. This fool is nasty.
enemy. 6 o'clock.
I think I'm gonna call it, guys. If you guys don't need anything, I'll leave the stream running for everyone just so you can reference some levels. But that was a really good day. From the planning to the execution to anything. If you guys have any comments on anything specifically, like, hey, I think you know you could try this or whatever. Like I said, end of the day, I'm just trying to share my, you know, trading preparation process executions, you know, to the best of my ability to help you guys learn. But if there's something you feel like I could communicate better, clean up charts, whatever the case may be, you know, communicate it. But it is what it is. I'm gonna step out, go catch some fresh air, and like I said, hopefully you guys made some money. I know if you did, if you didn't, you know, like I said, let me know what we can do differently to help you guys get some of those profits as well. Like SPX today was a beautiful trade. Like I said, I would have wished everybody was in that with me. Some were, some weren't. Some didn't hold the entirety of the trade duration. It is what it is. But you know, little by little, hopefully everyone gets better and continually you guys could continue to learn. Yeah, DJ, I feel it. It sucks, but you know, a win is a win. I don't know if you checked the prices. I'm assuming you checked prices and you saw what it went to. But yeah, bro, it probably doubled or maybe close to doubled from what you sold at. Who knows? All right, say less. So everybody straight. I'll catch y'all. I'm gonna be right in my backyard, just gonna enjoy my coffee outside. If anyone has any questions, ping me. I could come right back in here. Like I said, I'm gonna be right in my backyard, but I'm pretty much done. I managed everything I had to. The 0DTs paid pretty well. So my work here is done, I would say. And like I said, you can stick on the charts the whole day. You can catch another trade. But me, like I've told you guys, just come in for your 2-3 hours, catch your trade, manage your risk, and call it a day. No need to be on the screens for 8-12 hours a day. But that's just my 2 cents. So like I said, if we drop lower, great. Push up, not too concerned. Ping me if y'all need some, but I'm gonna go ahead and step out here.